Oh, that wasn't strong enough. Hold on. That's a little better. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I hereby call the Board of Governors retreat to order on this Tuesday, February 24, 2026. And before we commence, I'll ask Christina to provide a brief overview of the meeting procedures and protocols.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. To access today's agenda, please visit our website at www.ccco.edu. Navigate to the About Us tab, select Board of Governors from the drop-down menu, and then click Meeting Schedule, Minutes, and Agendas. From there, you'll find the agenda link in blue. Members of the public may comment on a specific agenda item or during the public forum. For in-person attendees, please complete a written comment request card available at the Board Liaison table. Virtual attendees may use the raise hand feature on the streaming platform. Public comments will be taken first from in-person attendees, followed by virtual participants. After each agenda item, individuals will be called to address the board in the order requests were received. A quick reminder that live closed captioning is available. To enable, click the CC icon at the bottom of your screen. This concludes my announcements. I will turn it back over to President Aguinaldo to get us started.
Thank you very much, Christina. May I ask you to call the roll, please?
Love Adu. Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Present.
Maria Blaze.
Present.
Adrian Brown.
Present.
Lillian Corral. Amy Costa.
Here.
Ricardo de la Fuente. Tom Epstein.
Here.
Pamela Haynes. Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis. Harry Legrand.
Here.
Jesse Melgar. Jennifer Perry. Bill Rawlings.
Present.
Blas Villalobos.
Here.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Here.
Joseph Williams.
Here.
A quorum is established.
Thank you very much, Christina. It is at this time that I would like to request Board Member Epstein lead us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Member Epstein.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Superintendent President Dr. Mark Sanchez, would you mind giving us some welcoming remarks?
Sure. Good morning, Board of Governors. It's a pleasure and an honor to host you this year at the Crown Cove Aquatic Center, which is one of the facilities operated by the Southwestern Community College District. And so welcome to beautiful Coronado, California. I think this may be the third year in a row that we've hosted the Board of Governors in your retreat. And so I'm very, very proud. If you don't know this about me, I am an alumni of Southwestern College. So after having worked at 5 different California community colleges throughout the state of California, coming back to Southwestern College in my alma mater was something I certainly never envisioned, but feel very blessed to be back home leading the community that helped in my educational journey. So it's an honor to host you all on the Board of Governors and the mission that you represent in terms of expanding higher educational access to the state of California. I will tell you, I just came from a meeting with our local K through 12 administrators, so it was a full house. Very, very proud of the metrics that we're leading at Southwestern College in partnership with our K through 12 leadership. We started a pilot last fall where we had 7th and 8th graders taking college courses in the Performing Arts Center. So we now have 47 7th and 8th graders that have 4 college units as of the end of the fall semester. And I say that because that programming has carried over into the spring semester as well with the second iteration of that. But when we brought the new cohort in, that program is actually at waitlist capacity. We began our spring semester on February 1st. And so it's just a matter of us and our strategy to try to get early college exploration to our 7th and 8th graders, which seamlessly leads into our options middle college, which we began in the fall of 2025 as well, where we have 100 9th through 12th graders taking the blended curriculum of A through G and college coursework in the same instructional day. And that middle college is hosted on our Chula Vista campus. So very, very proud of our work with our partners. Our enrollment is up we're at 32,000 headcount students as of the end of last academic year. We are celebrating our 65th anniversary this September. So for context on where 32,000 headcount students stands in our history, our highest level of enrollment in our 65-year history is the academic year 2008-2009, where we had 34,800 students. So we are very much on the cusp of breaking our enrollment record in our 65-year history. And that's important because we went through a little thing called a global pandemic. And now we're in a place where we know that politically education is being targeted. And so certainly we've had to work through some very tough demographics to be able to emphasize to our community that education is still valuable and it's still accessible, and building that confidence with our community is important. We distributed 40 million in Pell last year, which is the highest level of Pell we've distributed as a district in the last 15 years. And then our completion metrics were just over 5,000 students' degrees, certificates, and credentials, which is also the highest level of completers in our last 20-year history, in our last 20 years. And we're going to exceed that number this year based on the number of graduation petitions that have been submitted by our students. So we are leading boldly, and the outcomes that we're meeting are in alignment with the Vision 2030 for Success metrics. And so I'm very, very proud that you are hosting your meeting at the Southwestern Community College District in Coronado, California. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanchez. What a wonderful welcome, and I'm going to give you another one. Welcome to Southwestern College's Crown Cove Aquatic Center. You may not be able to see it from the screen, but it is a beautiful sunny San Diego day, and we are beachside. On the drive here, I was looking around for the places where Maverick was filmed, but the point of today is not to reenact the infamous beach football scene with the board, or for me to sulk over the fact that my idea for a team-building swimming lesson was rejected, but to do something much, much more impactful. Today, we are putting our vision in focus. Today, we get to step back from our usual roles and have the opportunity to think through our work to advance the depth and breadth of our system's impact on our students, keeping them at the center of a hurricane of change. I will explain more in a second, but for now, I sit in gratitude to Dr. Mark Sanchez and the entire Southwestern College family for hosting us, Chancellor Christian and our amazing Chancellor's Office team for the blood, sweat, and tears they invest day to day into this work, our distinguished guest speakers for their thought partnership, and to our Board of Governors who leaned in and led the work streams that we're going over today. There is one business item I'd like to take care of right away. I approved 6 new bachelor's degree programs since our January 13, 2026 meeting, where I announced that Santiago Canyon's program was approved. Those programs are at Moorpark College for Applied Cybersecurity and Network Operations, Cerritos College for Field Ironworker Supervision, Southwestern College for the Transborder Environmental Design, San Diego Mesa College for their Physical Therapy Assistant program, Foothill College's Building Trades Management program, and Oxnard College's Applied Advocacy and Organizing program. Congratulations to these colleges for advancing these programs that expand opportunities for our students and meet critical workforce needs. All right, back to the retreat. This is the meeting that I'm always the most excited about. This is the board creating the time and the space to tackle big picture items. Last year in February 2025, the Board of Governors came together to lay the groundwork for the Vision 2030 refresh, examining what needed to change in our 2-year update given a rapidly shifting federal policy landscape and the rise of emerging technologies like artificial intelligence. The retreat set the stage for bold, timely, and strategic thinking about how the California community colleges could lead in service of students, workers, employees, communities, and our state. The conversation from the retreat led to an update and refreshing of our original Vision 2030, which was approved by the board in 2023. The refreshed plan approved in July 2025, was named the July 2025 edition of Vision 2030, signaling to the field that Vision 2030 is a living, dynamic document that this board has been engaged with and not a one-and-done plan that sits on the shelf. The 2025 edition of Vision 2030 affirms our shared values and our commitment to advancing equity in access, equity in success, and equity in support across the system. With the strategic framework now adopted, this retreat marks a new phase of implementation, one grounded not in broad aspirations, but in the power of focused, actionable priorities that drive measurable progress towards Vision 2030 goals. Today, at this retreat on this beautiful location in one of our very own college campuses, Southwestern, we concentrate on 3 interrelated areas where investment and innovation can accelerate meaningful outcomes. First, building, renewing, and modernizing our infrastructure, from aging facilities to climate-friendly redesigns and data technology systems essential for equitable learning and AI-ready campuses. The second is deepening our work in equitable baccalaureate attainment, strengthening transfer pathways and expanding community college baccalaureate opportunities so that more of our students access and complete bachelor's degrees linked to economic mobility. And third, scaling internships for our students, reimagining work-based, project-based, and service-based learning so that internships can become a default option in every pathway, connecting students to career, relevant experience, and workforce opportunities. I like to call that section multi-purposing and not multitasking. The work at this 2026 board retreat is about turning vision into our shared impact. I'm excited, and I hope you are excited as well. Now for some logistics, we are going to begin with session 1 on infrastructure. Board members Amy Costa and Adrienne Brown will facilitate the conversation alongside an expert panel. Next, we will move into section 2 on equitable baccalaureate attainment, facilitated by board members Pam Haynes and Jennifer Perry. Then we will break for lunch. And since we are fortunate enough to be by the beach, I strongly encourage you to step outside, take a walk, breathe in some ocean air, and remind yourself why we all love California. Please take photos, selfies, individual or group shots, and send them to Christina. We'll document that we worked hard today, but that we enjoyed the setting as well. After lunch, we will reconvene for session 3 on internships, facilitated by board members Tom Epstein and Joseph Williams. Following that session, we will take a brief break to allow the session co-leads to confer with the staff as they coordinate the PowerPoint for the board's report out. Think of it as our backstage moment before we return to the spotlight. And when we reconvene, we will address the action item on contracts and move into our final wrap-up. And yes, I promise to adjourn us on time. If anything, I will do my very best to get you out a little early, especially for those of you preparing to brave Southern California traffic on the journey home. That, my friends, may be the most ambitious goal of the day. At this time, I will turn it over to Chancellor Christian for her report.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I see a lot of our folks outside the room. That's called the overflow room, but it's really in the open where folks can see the ocean. It's great to be at Southwestern College. I loved President Sanchez's remarks. It's tremendous work happening at Southwestern College, reflective of what California community colleges do. Southwestern is going so deep with the dual enrollment agenda, giving students opportunities, going deep in the workforce agenda, providing innovation in looking at students who are living across the border, Californians who come back to Southwestern every day to attend classes. So a huge heartfelt thank you to President Mark Sanchez and his entire team from Southwestern College. So one more time, round of applause. I will recognize the panelists and the staff members who've been working closely with board members on each session as we get to that session. But I want to recognize 2 individuals, Ginny May and Gina Brown, who sort of choreographed all of it sort of coming together. So huge thank you to both of them. Let's give them a round of applause. So I don't have written remarks for you today, but I thought I would do something to set the stage for the retreat. 10 days ago was Valentine's Day, and some of you follow my weekly personal blog that I do, but you know, it's all about the California community colleges. So on Valentine's Day on Saturday, I wrote a love letter to the California community colleges. And those of you streaming and watching in, you can Google Sonia Christian blog and you can find it. But I will read it out loud as my remarks to set the stage. So in my blog, you will see that on February 14th, I said, Dear California community colleges, my introduction to you happened in the late 1990s. I arrived in Los Angeles as a foreign graduate student, trying to understand America through books and the LA RTD routes. And then I met you. An institution built on virtues I could not quite comprehend. Infinite hope, untiring patience, radical non-judgment. You met people where they were, not where they should have been, not where someone thought they ought to be, but where they were. You were born long before I met you in the Central Valley, where community colleges first took root in California soil. Practical, accessible, close to home, and built for possibility. And then you spread from the Central Valley, Fresno, Bakersfield, Merced. You reached into the Inland Empire, Riverside, San Bernardino, out to the eastern edge of our state, the Coachella Valley, Palm Desert, Indio, up the North State, Chico, Redding, across the Bay, Oakland, Hayward, San Jose, down the Central Coast, Monterey, San Luis Obispo, into Los Angeles, every corner, every neighborhood in LA, and all the way to the borderlands, San Diego, Imperial Valley, and here at Southwestern College. Across the Sierra foothills, along Highway 99, down the 5 and the 101, into farm worker towns, into port cities, into rural mountain communities, into urban corridors, where opportunity needed a doorway, you became that doorway. You evolved, you empowered people, you improved constantly, you innovated for students, you added programs, you added pathways, and you added chances. And over 3 decades, I have watched you love Californians by taking action in real, tangible ways. I have seen the foster youth who carried everything they owned in a backpack walk across a commencement stage because someone at a community college refused to give up on them. I have seen the formerly incarcerated Californian who found purpose through education, completed a certificate, earned a degree, and now gives back to their community. I have seen the veteran, resilient, carrying both visible and invisible weight, find a Veterans Resource Center and a faculty member who said, "You belong here." I have seen the student with disability navigate hallways that were once barriers and find accommodations, find allies, and a future not defined by limitation, but by capacity. You do not ask for perfection. You ask for effort. You do not require pedigree. You require courage. Over 2 million students a year, 2 million stories of trying again, starting over, leveling up. You are accessible, you are practical, you are relentless in your belief that Californians deserve more. On this Valentine's Day, I say plainly, I love you, California community colleges, for your open doors, for your stubborn optimism, for believing in people before they believe in themselves. You are California at its very best. And after 3 decades of watching you in motion, through reform, through recession, through innovation, and through renewal, I am convinced of this. If there is an institution built on hope in America, it is you. With gratitude, admiration, and love, your Chancellor, Sonia. That I handed back to President Aguinaldo.
I'm so glad that you didn't try to squeeze a small message in the four corners of a Hallmark card. That was so much more powerful. All right, let's jump into the thick of things. For item 3.1, we welcome the Session 1 infrastructure team, Vice President Rawlings, Member Costa, and Member Brown.
Yeah, if we could have the panelists come up. And I just want to recognize the panelists for this session. I see President Willie Duncan, who actually rearranged his schedule to fly in here and then fly back. So let's give it up for Willie Duncan. I see Melissa Connor from our foundation, and it's been fantastic. The foundation has been so instrumental. Yes. And Melissa and Chris Ferguson and teams, we're all cooking up some great work for the California community colleges. And I thought I saw President Kevin Tretna, right? Oh, you're for session 3. Okay, did I miss someone? Tawny Dodson, come on over. President Tawny Dodson is leading our Rural College Caucus. And this is where President Aguinaldo, I should have mentioned this. If you recall, President Aguinaldo had asked me to create a rural campus tour, which we did in the fall semester. And a lot of the themes that came into this session was informed by learning from our rural colleges and many of those features that also impact other colleges. So Tawny Dodson, so thank you for that. And I'll turn it back to you, President Aguinaldo.
Turn it back over to you, Member Costa.
Thank you. Thank you to the panelists for being with us this morning. I don't know if it's possible to bond over infrastructure, but President Duncan and I actually did. And I just recently was up at Sierra College looking at a lot of construction on campus, including the opening of a brand new, beautiful student housing facility. And I was there the day before the students moved in. But as I was sharing this morning, that story really began much earlier. Willie invited me out to Sierra when I worked for the Department of Finance to talk about student housing in 2016, 2017. So that gives you just a little bit of flavor for how long facilities planning and infrastructure takes. It's very different than a lot of the other projects that we do in higher ed. And Willie really is a leader in this space in our system. So I'm so happy to have him here to kind of talk to us about kind of that process. Because it's also unique in that it often requires electoral activity. It requires going to local voters and asking for bond funds. And obviously, this is a big state, and that's not always a popular topic, depending on where we are in the state. So with that, I just kind of want to turn it over to Willie to talk about kind of your best practices. He also broke ground on a new science building. So lots going on the Sierra campus, but would love kind of your comments and thoughts on how you plan for it and what others can learn from your experience.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Costa. I appreciate that. And you're right, we have bonded over infrastructure, so it's been nice over the years. So I'll just start with a couple of general comments and just some background on Sierra College. As Board Member Costa mentioned, not everywhere is easy to pass a bond and gain support for the construction of facilities. And Sierra, our district, is one of those districts that is pretty tough. In fact, so tough that our original bond that built the Rockland campus was in 1957. And until 2018, when we passed a bond, no bond had been passed, and they had failed 3 times in the early 2000s. So I got hired at Sierra College in 2011 with that background and a charge from the board to figure it out, how we would get dollars to rebuild the campus. So I went to work on it immediately in 2011. And I think, as Board Member Costa said, you cannot underestimate how much planning it takes to go into something like this. You have to not only think about how you're going to finance and fund these kinds of projects, but you have to think about how you're going to gain support for them. And that support really comes from, especially, well, here's the one thing I believe is that education doesn't have a party, right? higher ed, everybody in any party, no matter your background, values a community college in their community. And so I start from that premise. It's just in your messaging. And so I began in 2011. The first thing we did was reinvigorated our facilities master planning process and started that in earnest. Focused on previous attempts, quite frankly, had been done in a way that the board wasn't necessarily completely in support of what the college wanted to do. So, new superintendent president, I know who I worked for. I took the board's direction on what they were looking for in a master plan, and we started with that in mind and started that process. But you build your master plan, you have to do that first. If you do not do that, and I've seen colleges, do this, they go right to, we're going for a bond. And then they want to come in and decide how they're going to spend the money. That's, to me, that's like, that's, you're going to be embroiled in those battles of what gets done for years. Instead, lay that groundwork first, and that planning first. And then, really thinking about what your community college needs, what your community needs in the way of training, what kind of industry is in your area, what programs are successful in your area, and, really tailoring your facilities to that. I mean, you're following your ed master plan when you're building your facilities master plan. Couple other comments, general comments, just, partner with your foundation early, and we're going to hear a little bit about that. But my foundation was my right arm in this whole process, because we're constantly, it's like fundraising is really friend raising. It's the same thing with gaining support for infrastructure projects. You are really talking about the value of the college. What is the ROI for your community, and why should people support your college? And your foundation can really help you with that process. I'm going to speak really quick about student housing, because that was definitely something that we started in on very early. We knew we needed student housing in our community. And the way we talk to our community about that is, while the bulk of our population lives in South Placer County, I have 3,200 square miles of district space that is 90% rural. And many of those community members have to travel distances to get access to the college or to services, and housing is expensive. So you can't always go rent a place or go live in a place. So we began with that premise, and just watching the shifting landscape of higher ed and how expensive higher ed has become, and understanding that dream that we grew up with, that I grew up with, old guy in the room, of like, yeah, I'm going to graduate high school and I'm going away to college. Maybe I'll live in the dorms for a couple of years and then I'll move out and I'm going to get my 4-year degree. That is unattainable for many of our community members today. It's too expensive for them. They don't have the means to do that. They're place bound. And so student housing at community colleges, I think, became, for me, something really important that we accomplish. And so we did begin working on that, back in 2015 as a vision. And, I'm so grateful to the community college system and to the legislature and the governor for funding that program for community colleges. And we were able to get one. One other thing I want to mention is the tie-in for all of this to statewide bonds. So that is definitely something you think about going into this. As we were laying the groundwork for this, we were also talking to the chancellor's office. We were, getting our 5-year capital outlay plan ready. We were working on all of our numbers. We were looking at, so my first projects were intended to gain efficiency in our cap load ratios. So, looking at that as you're going to get started, so that you would know if your cap load ratios are out of whack a little bit, well, you're not going to qualify for state funding. You're not going to be able to match your local bond dollars. So really spending some time on that effort and getting yourselves ready. And then I'll say one last thing, and I'll move on, and you can ask me more questions if you want me to hit on other things. But the real importance of laying all of this groundwork, and then talking to your local community, but also your internal community on your campus, so that you're all aligned in the same direction. You absolutely have to have 100% of your board behind you on this. If you do not, I would say you do not go forward. That just becomes an extremely crucial piece, because if not, you might end up with some opposition in your community. You could have a funded opposition, and that's like that's the death nail to a bond attempt, is to have a funded opposition. So spend a lot of time working and trying to identify if there are people that will fund opposition within your community, and if there are, to me, it's a lot harder to go after somebody if you don't know them. So I reached out to every single person that I thought was opposed potentially to a bond in my community, and I asked them to have coffee with me, and I went and sat down with them, and I just talked to them, got to know them a little bit, talked to them about the college, because that ended up being the difference between them saying, I'm going to fight this, and them saying, well, I don't like bonds, but I'm not going to do anything with it. Because they sat down and talked to me, because there was a face that they could associate the college with, instead of this blanket of, you're going to waste my taxpayer dollars. So I'll stop there. Feel free to ask me more questions if you'd like me to hit some other areas, but I want to be cognizant of time.
Just one question I have, because I know we're going to talk about this with some of the later panelists, is obviously what's new kind of in this space is technology infrastructure. Can you talk a little bit about how you thought about that in your master plan, and any tips or tidbits that you have to share?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Yes, obviously we are technologically light years ahead of where we were just 20 years ago, right, at our colleges. And so if you imagine a college built in the late 1950s and early 1960s, nobody knew anything about technology at that point in time the way we do today. So that was a huge piece of our facilities master plan and what we wanted to do. Our very first project, and I'm not going to say, I'm always trying to look for a silver lining in things. So the pandemic provided a little bit of a silver lining in that we had very little use of our campus at that time, and we decided, let's do all of our infrastructure in the ground right now while nobody's on campus. And so we literally tore every single thing out of the ground at Sierra College. It was a, construction. Every day I would go out of my office and not know which way I could walk, because there were new fences up everywhere I would go. But that really allowed us that opportunity to get that done. And we put, new service into the campus. New wireless across the entire campus, because we know our students, this is how they go to school, right? They use their phone. They need good Wi-Fi. We also, we had already purchased our ERP system, so our systems were in place, but those are constantly needing refresh and new systems added. So we spent a lot of time thinking about that. We spent time thinking about the location of all of our servers and those kinds of things, and actually how we were going to get them out of place location and into the cloud because of cyber issues and those kinds of things. So definitely a lot of thought. Our individual buildings also too. Every single classroom now, as we modernize or build a new building, every classroom is a smart classroom. Every classroom has complete capabilities so that you can run software in every classroom, but you can also broadcast from most of those classrooms, so that if we wanted to broadcast out to another part of our community, we could actually do that. And that was something we really thought about a lot during the pandemic, on what the future of education will look like. So we kind of tried to lay that ground so that you could really be flexible with all of those spaces. And then just providing space in our buildings for our students, really thinking about what we're calling sticky space. That is not necessarily funded and supported by state bond dollars. So if you have local bond, that's where your local bond dollars can come in and can supplement a state project and add in some of that additional space, so that your students have a place to go and a place to be. I used to walk through our parking lot and see students sitting in their cars running, and doing something on their phone or talking or listening to something. And now they're staying in our buildings. They're staying on campus and they're enjoying that space.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm thinking about all of our infrastructure needs system-wide. We need support. I think about, because I'm based in Los Angeles, for our students, if they have a vehicle, if there was no traffic magically, there's a community college every 15 minutes. But when we think about these infrastructure issues and within a large city, right, students have the option to take public transportation if they don't have a vehicle. So I think about this a lot when we're talking about our students having access to education. And I think sometimes people make offhand comments, or they have ideas that sound reasonable because of the context they're in and what they're understanding from where they're located. Big city people when I've gone and I visited, I'm going all over the place. When I gone and visited the far north colleges, and I got to interact with the students and the faculty and see what their concerns are, it made me realize sometimes the comments that are being made that are coming out of the large city areas sound a little bit like let them eat cake, because it's just different. We're talking about if you don't have a vehicle, there is no public transportation option. We're talking about if you don't have a vehicle, oh, just take online classes. What if there's no Wi-Fi where you live? We're talking about, oh, if you don't have access to that, just take online classes. What if the Wi-Fi on your college campus doesn't work very well? So I'll give one specific example. As we came into the room today, we had to log on to our different individual devices here. And many of you are familiar, as we have more and more fraud when it comes to technology, that we have to do this two-step verification, right? And it's annoying when you're in a place that has great Wi-Fi. Imagine that you're a faculty member trying to teach a lab, and you've got your students working with chemicals, and you go onto your computer to log on. And then you have to run out of the building because you don't have Wi-Fi on your cell phone, and it is impossible to get into your systems without also using your cell phone. So you run outside and you get that code, and then you run back in. Imagine what could happen in that classroom during that time period. Having worked with STEM students a lot, I know no matter how much you tell them all of the safety things, they'll do other things. So this becomes actually a dangerous situation too. It's an issue of access. It's an issue of students being able to connect with their faculty better. There's just so much that comes up for our rural students in particular. And so I'm really glad that we got to go visit and speak with these faculty, speak with these students, and learn what their concerns are. And I'm very glad that today we have Dr. Tani Dotson of Yuba College with us. If I were to read her entire list of accolades, we'd be here all day. But I will say she specifically has been working with rural college issues, not just at her college, but on a national level as well. So I'm really interested in hearing from your perspective. What are some of your concerns when it comes to infrastructure, both physical and technological? And I'm really thinking about this idea of hidden infrastructure, since when people do put forth bonds, as we just discussed, they're expecting to see a brand new pretty building. But maybe what we really need is what he just discussed about ripping everything up from underneath and putting in all of these wires and cables to support the dawn of AI.
Yeah.
So could you tell us more about your experiences, please?
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm not sure how this setup is happening, but it's working very well, despite the fact we haven't met, because a lot of what you just said is what I'm hoping to share with you all. Board of Governors, Chancellor Christian, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. As previously shared, my name is Dr. Dotson. I have the privilege of serving as the president of Yuba College. I also have the privilege of being the newly elected chair of the Rural CEO Caucus for the California Community Colleges. That group was really born out of some sense-making and critical inquiry and a concern about how strategy is being developed and ensuring that our voice was present authentically at the table, so that the ideas that came forward were really about serving all of California's students. And I want to share a little bit about some of the thematic concerns that have arisen from our colleges today. Rural colleges serve some of California's most geographically isolated, economically challenged, and historically under-resourced students. And as leaders, you and I, accountable to these communities, we're certainly deeply committed to continuing to partner with the Chancellor's Office and the Board of Governors to ensure statewide policy decisions reflect the realities of rural service. I believe that we all have an obligation to ensure that all students in California have the same opportunities. So being in a category like infrastructure starts to make a lot of sense, because it does tend to be a place where some of those students, those rural students, can get left behind. Rural colleges are not simply smaller versions of urban institutions. We operate under fundamentally different conditions related to scale, geography, workforce pipelines, transportation or the lack thereof, broadband access or the lack thereof, and fiscal sustainability. So developing rural strategies without lived experiences risk us creating solutions that are misaligned with realities on the ground. We held a convening at the UC Davis Wheelhouse Center where rural CEOs talked about some of our shared concerns, and I want to share a few of those that align with infrastructure specifically today. The first is the state's chronic underfunding of deferred maintenance. It puts us and our institutions in a really challenging situation where even the basic facilities are putting pressure on our operational budget just to keep them running. Many colleges, rural colleges like mine, are amongst the oldest in the state. We struggle with ADA accessibility gaps. ADA laws simply did not exist when my institution was built. My Marysville campus does not have a single elevator or escalator on it. It's not uncommon to see 32-inch doors and asbestos as well. And despite not having an elevator or an escalator, we do in fact have two-story buildings. Putting an escalator or an elevator in is fairly expensive. It's $600,000 before you go to DSA. Bond structure places many small and rural colleges at a continued disadvantage. Bond capacity is a complicated list of laws and regulations that's really driven by the size of your tax base. But the bottom line is it's not just about getting a bond passed. It's about how much funding could even be available to your institutions. And in communities like Kalinga College, that bond capacity number is 19 million. I don't know if you've tried to renovate or build a building in the state of California for $19 million, but you're not going to get very far. DSA fees and ADA requirements alone will take up a third to a half of that amount, and then you're left squeezing in student and faculty need with the funds that you have available. Our smaller tax bases put us at an economic disadvantage since bond capacity will never really give us an opportunity to provide similar opportunities that you might have in a larger tax base scenario. We also serve larger geographic areas and struggle then to ensure the availability of things like housing. Managing satellite centers in a 4,200 square mile district like mine is incredibly expensive. A lack of public transportation can be a challenge. I'm incredibly grateful to the Yuba Sutter community for the creation of the Next Gen Public Transit Plan. It's about transitioning public policy around public transportation to identify who needs it the most, rather than how you can serve the most people. As you all know, public transit is based off of mass. A large number of consistent riders is how you get funding. Well, that's simply not available in rural communities. And the Next Gen Transit Plan is about creating an Uber-like system that ensures that the people who need it most have the opportunities to get to the places that they can. Inconsistent access to fiber, broadband, and deep staffing and infrastructure gaps around digital and technology needs. The foothills in my district, where my district runs up to Willie's district, simply don't have access to broadband. During the COVID pandemic, when we were trying to ensure that students had access to internet, sure, we expanded access on campus, but if you can't get to campus, we wanted to make sure you had access as well. So we handed out Wi-Fi hotspots. You know where Wi-Fi hotspots don't work? Yeah, the foothills and Sierra, there's simply no signal. And a student I will never forget was on a Zoom call with all of us saying, I'm holding this Wi-Fi hotspot and it does nothing. It's incredibly important to remember that the lived experience looks a little bit different and how important it is that we are a part of that conversation. In response to a number of the challenges that I've mentioned, our Rural Caucus intends to create and strengthen regional partnerships, share and discuss opportunities for state and federal rural infrastructure funding, creating forums to identify public partnerships so that we can learn from each other, and certainly to collaborate to support and leverage federal broadband initiatives, amongst other advocacy issues. Infrastructure in rural colleges isn't just facilities. It's about equitable access to opportunity across geography. We believe strongly that a successful rural strategy must be created with rural leaders, not merely for rural communities. And we certainly stand ready to engage constructively, share data, professional expertise, and partner to build a system that truly serves all Californians, regardless of geography. I'd like to just add one additional story to your point. Yuba College's nucleus of its electrical system was put in place in the late 1950s. That transformer is still there. Try to sell a bond on a thing that's underground and no one will ever see. Not a lot of fun, not a lot of fun coffee conversations. It's not something that's going to be exciting that voters really want to do. But if we don't have electricity, we can't do any of the other stuff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this morning.
Thank you, President Dotson. Member De La Fuente, do you want to take the next question?
The question I would have is what do you see as your biggest challenge in the rural? Is it the infrastructure? Do you have the equipment? How about getting out the message? Can you just kind of describe what are the biggest challenges that you see for a student and what can we do to support you?
Yeah, I think it sort of centers around the theme. Thank you for the question. I apologize. I think it centers around the theme that I was sharing, having access to the same opportunities that you might get in a larger community is really the center of the challenges that we experience. Our students are geographically place-bound commonly. There's the nearest UC or CSU is 55 minutes or 55 miles away. There is no consistent public transportation. So your only option to go to college in the entire district is our institutions, but we aren't resourced in a way that allows us to provide those same sort of opportunities to students. And so frequently they will make decisions about trying to find a way to go to other institutions if at all possible, because the opportunities simply look different.
And how does it differ from urban to rural as far as their ambition and what kind of jobs are they looking to get into? Which subjects are the most popular?
Yeah, I mean, I want to be honest that this is my perspective and not a study that I've done, but our students have the same sort of goals and dreams as all students. We frequently have students who are interested in jobs that don't currently exist in our community, but we also have students who are interested in jobs that do and might not be able to be served well. Considering the location. A lot of our rural districts struggle with, climate impacted issues, access to water, wildfires, et cetera. I always say we don't have a climate issue, we have a survival issue. If we're not on fire, we're flooding. Our community really struggles with that. And I know that that's a common theme. But at the end of the day, certainly our students have the same dreams, and that is to get a good, family sustaining living wage job.
And is there any certain industries that are more prevalent?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like agriculture or tech or
80% of the Yuba Sutter economy is certainly based on agriculture, the expansion of things like ag tech. And certainly our institutions do have a strong CTE base in our academic portfolios as well. But rural institutions exist throughout all of California, and so it does look different in different places. Copper Mountain, for example, has a different portfolio than Yuba College might because of its location, but certainly is no less small and rural serving.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member De La Fuente. Member LeGrand.
Thank you, President Alunato. Morning. So I just wanted to say that just reflecting on the conversation, wanted just to reiterate how important sharing the needs of rural communities are with our legislators, because most of them are representing large urban areas. And I think you're kind of like a voice in the wilderness sometimes with that. And that the other part is that we continue to support visiting rural campuses so that we ourselves are on the ground and can get a sense of what that's about, because you kind of get stuck in what's happening in front of you at home and you forget about what's going on out there. And we hear stories about 4 hours to get to a college for some of these students. It's a very, very sad situation, I think, and especially as Adrian said, there's no public transportation, so you're really, really doing that. And then don't talk about snow and roads closed and all that stuff. So I think that's a really important message for us to continue to remember. And then I'm on the foundation board, me and Jennifer. So that's part of our assignment with the focus here. And I would just say that the foundation has been a great advocate for the community colleges in the system. I actually learned about the network of California community colleges, which when I went to the CASE conference last year, I was on a panel of trustees talking about the needs of community colleges. And that was really, I think, the first time that the CASE conference had actually included that level of participation by community college systems. So if I could ask Melissa to kind of share some of her ideas, and a few questions that I just kind of had is like, what would be your priority for foundation support to rural serving colleges? And then how could the chancellor's office partner with the foundation to support districts in meeting these district facilities and technology infrastructure needs and addressing local priorities? And then what, if any, role can the foundation play in educating legislators about the need of our rural campuses in regards to infrastructure?
So Christian.
Oh, sorry.
No, sorry. So as the official statewide foundation supporting the Board of Governors, the Chancellor's Office, our entire system, I think in terms of this topic today, our priority would be to think about how we could provide centralized support and capacity building across the system. I know specifically for bond campaigns, there's a lot we could do to help sort of demystify the process, especially for colleges, but also for college foundations, which are so critical to this. We know there are a lot of colleges that do this really well. There are also, especially rural districts, who have never launched a bond campaign and are not accessing these dollars. And so how do we make sure that our colleges are equipped to do this and know that it's possible? There's a lot of work we could do to sort of break down the complexities around bond financing. For our college foundations, understanding where legal boundaries are, I think would be really helpful. There's support that could be provided around communication strategy, community engagement, specifically around storytelling, helping to tell, the educational and economic benefits of this. Working with local college foundations to make sure they get their own boards, their foundation boards involved early on. We also have the flexibility to bring in expertise. We have a lot of expertise in our system. How do we bring it to bear to help all ships rise? And then creating from that some kind of shared playbooks, replicable systems and models that could build kind of a durable infrastructure for our system around this space. As I mentioned before, another important priority would really be bringing our local college foundations to the table. They work hand in hand with their local colleges on bond campaigns. They know their communities best. Every community is different. And so those foundations are really key to that. But they also have a lot of questions about how to do this. And I would recommend strongly, you mentioned the Network of California Community College Foundations. They're a peer association group in our system. We work really closely with them. So we serve actually as the fiscal home for the network. I sit on the network board, and there are some amazing experts in that network and on that board, and some of them in rural serving areas. And so I think they could really help provide some peer-to-peer learning that could allow some consistency and confidence building across the system. I would say beyond specifically supporting bond campaigns, there are some other high priority ways that we could align with our existing and core work at the foundation. And of course, this includes things like our college buys procurement models, which helps drive down costs for things like facilities and technology services. As the statewide foundation, we bring in philanthropic dollars. We can serve as an intermediary for large scale grants that might serve multiple colleges. But yeah, ultimately our goal would be to sort of build that capacity across the system. In terms of working with the Chancellor's Office, I think we have very complementary roles. We partner on initiatives like this all the time. But the Chancellor's Office, of course, sets the vision and the policy direction, and we help operationalize things in the field through capacity building. I think in this particular case, there could be a really intentional technical assistance initiative that would do some of those things I just talked about, developing that kind of peer learning process, helping to spearhead convenings, lifting up case studies from across districts that have successfully navigated these challenges. And then it really ensuring that local voices are key to this and at the table. I mentioned college buys earlier, and I would say I think there's a lot of opportunity there. This program leverages the size and scale of our system to drive down costs, and I think that can really benefit rural communities in almost an outsized way. And especially when we talk about technology and driving down costs of things like shared services, how can we kind of continue to expand those college-based models to support colleges in rural districts? And then you asked about how we can help advocate and communicate. I think our role there would primarily be around education, clarity, operational support. We know storytelling and communication is really critical to this work. We've talked a lot today about how do you talk about the things that are hidden and the value of that. And so I think a lot of our advocacy and communication is like, how do you make the invisible visible? And some of that is putting students at the center. What does an ERP system or a technology upgrade mean for student success and student access to education? How do you tell the story with data? How could we be that neutral sort of data intermediary to produce the reports that could help lawmakers really understand what these investments mean for economic viability of these communities? Really thinking about community colleges in rural areas as like anchor institutions that are so critical to that community success. So I think there's a lot we could do to ensure that when lawmakers think of infrastructure, they see people, the regional economy, and vital anchor institutions that sustain California.
Thank you. Just a couple of more comments. I think one of the things as we were thinking about this, the fact, and I think it reminded me of the fact that sometimes people are, it's not that they're not willing to do it, they don't know if they can do it, especially in a rural community where you've got a very small tax base. And so I think telling that story is critically important to those communities about why that needs to happen. And I think that's also the story that has to be told with our legislators, that these communities may be willing, if they could afford it, they would be willing to support it, but they just don't have the population base or the tax base to make that happen. And I think the other thing that sometimes is lost, many times those rural campuses are the largest employer in the area. Right. And so there's a huge economic engine just for that local community. And I think sometimes that gets lost. So I think those are all the things that can kind of help form the discussion around the need to pay attention to our more rural campuses. So thank you, Melissa, for your comments.
Great, thank you both. At this time, I'll take questions from the board. Member Villavicencio.
Thank you so much, President. I appreciated the presentation here, and I really have an interest because my district just received a $600 million bond. And I'm hoping this meeting will get to our Board of Trustees to provide some guidance as well. My question really has something to do with climate action. I have the privilege of co-chairing the Climate Action Task Force with Board Member Epstein here, and I was wondering if you can speak to about again climate resiliency for our buildings, because we have to anticipate these challenges here in the future. I will tell you that the recent rainstorms up in Northern California, I work in an office where my office, in fact, in the past have gone flooded, and my colleague's office just got flooded just recently, and just shows you again the need of building new infrastructure as well here. And so I'm thinking about how our colleges have been integral in helping out with the recent wildfires last year that Southern California experienced, and how our colleges are now really being used for first responders, emergency purposes. I know one of our colleges, and I apologize, I don't remember, housed large animals for the community. And that's, again, a service, I think, that the community again, making the invisible visible. What does the community don't know about our colleges and what they can provide? I know we're thinking about building microgrids in our colleges as well. And so when I'm sort of thinking about the questions we're asking about infrastructure and then thinking about the future, um, we're not just focusing on our students, but very much in the community, as President Duncan mentioned. When you're selling a bond, it's not just obviously our students are centered there, but how do you bring the community in to utilize these spaces? I will tell you, for my department, we invite local and elected officials to have their candidate forums in our spaces because it's a space where they know is a very well respected place. It's a public space, and so I think about those needs for our community. So I was just wondering, again, with your expertise and how you can share out from a climate resilience, community-based perspective here, what that will look like for our system in the next years and decades ahead. So thank you.
I'm happy to start on that, and I'm sure Dr. Dotson has some thoughts too. So that is a huge piece for us, and that began, 15 years ago. Our first project was to reduce water usage on campus by 50%. And we actually got an award from our local water agency for being the entity in the community that reduced water usage the most in a year. So, things like water usage, things like power, we now produce 75% of our own power via solar. Some of that done through the foundation, through their solar project. And then, and so thinking about it in those terms, we do not build LEED buildings because LEED costs money to get certified, but we build to that standard. So environmentally friendly buildings, green buildings, and when we think about that in construction. But the other piece that you referred to that I think is really important, and Dr. Dotson mentioned this, is, like we are actually Bugman or LeGrand mentioned this. We are, kind of the centers of our communities and an integral part of our communities. And in many ways, we lead our communities in these efforts. If we start talking about these things in our community, other community members gather around on these topics. So when you think about climate change and you think about resiliency in construction in our buildings, if nobody's talking about it, it just kind of goes by the wayside. But if we start the conversation and lead the conversation, others join in. And so that's very much a role that we've played at Sierra College in our local community. And it's been super interesting to watch others jump into that conversation. And it starts to snowball, and you don't even have to lead it anymore then. It starts to become something that gains a little bit of a life of its own, and you're just part of that effort. So a lot of efforts for us in the way we've designed our buildings and what we think about what the future will look like. Things like landscaping, obviously, if you look at a building that was built 50 years ago and look at a building that was built today, completely different with the way you design all of that. Still beautiful, but just thinking about resiliency and what things will be like in the future.
Yeah, I will just say, I think, Willie shared a lot of the ideas I think all of us are trying to, think about and to accomplish in different ways. I think an important point that you made was about rural institutions and the way that they serve their communities, which definitely looks a little bit different. Some examples for you. Copper Mountain College's library is the public library for their community. And that's a role that our funding model doesn't necessarily, support, but it's a critical role for that community to survive. Many of us do serve as the evacuation location for major disasters. Yuba College also is one of them because we're above the floodplain. And so we offer that service not just to our community, but also to our partners in education because of the unfortunate realities of the safety of schools today. They have to have off-site evacuation locations if there were to be an active assailant on campus or a gas leak, et cetera. And so it's important to remember that we are often one of the larger employers in the community, but we also provide services that certainly extend far beyond what sort of the typical community college might be.
Can I add one more piece to that? Because you reminded me of something. We were talking about it as we were walking in, that Sierra College actually serves as one of the backup spaces for the legislature in case there were some sort of an emergency response in Sacramento. So they may all be on my campus at some point in time. But that goes to, you know, the expense of building our buildings. They are very expensive to build. The Field Act is part of that. But they then become the hub for emergency response within our communities because we are built to withstand. We went during some of the recent fires, we were a Red Cross location at Sierra College. So one of our parking lots was completely filled with people living in it. Our cafeteria turned into a food site and sleeping site for people. So, you know, we are that entity that just responds when things like that come up in our community.
Oh, I'll just say just briefly, again, that point about making the invisible visible. This is amazing. I think this needs to be communicated wide and spread out to our communities to really show how wonderful our community colleges are, and again, the resources that we provide. So tremendous work. Thank you for sharing.
Vice President Rawlings.
So I think you've all done just a wonderful job highlighting some of the things that we've learned over the past year or so as we visited the rural colleges in your communities, and how really critical our institutions are in those rural communities, not just as like the social and cultural hub in a lot of ways, but also the economic engine of those communities, right? And I think there's so much I think some of the urban colleges have to learn from the actions you've taken as far as you know, being resilient, being self-sustainable, being that resource for the community, being that hub. But if we're to really maintain that support for those communities, then we have to maintain our infrastructure and technology, right? And you've touched on it a little bit, but I wanted to dig a little bit deeper on some of this. If bonds are hard to get in some of your communities, which we've talked with folks, we know that they are, and especially even with the support of the foundation, which has been wonderful, and all the cost reduction and being able to purchase at scale through the foundation, like leveraging all of that. You know, if you had like a magic wand, like what are some of the things that you would do? I mean, I would assume fully funding deferred maintenance and getting all caught up on that would be great. I mean, that's a infrastructure debt that we've got that's going to be a long time to cover. Right. But if we were able to help fill that, are there any other specific areas that, you know, maybe even beyond the scope of this board, but maybe the legislature could take action on that would really help support you in a more equitable way compared to some of the urban communities?
Sure, I'll jump in. I will start by saying that sometimes when we make decisions about how we fund things, it's to create the least objectionable way to distribute the funds, but it doesn't necessarily accomplish what we were intending to accomplish. In our rural caucus, we had a really good conversation about veterans funding, which is, you know, just as important, you know, throughout California, but what needs to be supported and how it needs to be supported can look very different. And a colleague of mine shared that you know, that sometimes when you're dividing the pie by 116, you're providing more funds in one place where it doesn't make a lot of sense, and missing an opportunity to provide additional funding in a place where it does. My institution's largest campus is on North Beale Road. It is called North Beale Road because it is the road that leads to Beale Air Force Base. We are right next to a military institution. Obviously, veterans funding is incredibly important, and the way that that funding comes is, you know, divided by 116 in a very simple terms, and that's not enough money for me to do what I need to do where a veterans population is a little bit higher. And so rethinking the way that we provide funding is important. The current way that as a part of the student-centered funding formula, there's a base allocation based on college size. You get a certain amount of money if you're a small college, a medium college, and a large college. If you're a small college, you get the least amount of money. And I think that doesn't recognize that infrastructure can be more expensive at a small college because we don't have any economy of scale, you know, to use to, you know, make sure that things are going to happen. We also struggle fairly significantly in the workforce pipeline to get people who can do that kind of work to come to some of the places that we live. I have had the privilege of serving in other systems nationwide, and one of the things that I think the state of Washington's community and technical college system does well is they create a prioritized list for building projects that all 34 community and technical college presidents commit to, and they go to the legislature and they ask the legislature to fund the list. Get as far down the list as you possibly can. And in that way, they create a unified voice and they sort of push, they have clear priorities and guiding principles designed by them to create the list. And then the 34 of them work together to push the list. And I'd love to see our state, come up with a prioritized list to see if we can make some progress in some of those places. Because I think we all have some shared guiding principles, and it certainly would be a different way of doing business. But you asked, so I answered.
Wonderful. Member Correll, then Member Epstein, then Member Del Fuente.
Thank you for this really wonderful discussion. I also love infrastructure and digital infrastructure at that. And I'm curious, as I was listening to you tell this story, I used to work a lot in the health and human service system, looking at a lot of the also technical challenges that they face in a lot of our rural regions. And I'm curious if there's partnership opportunities with the health networks who have built out a strong telehealth network in your regions. Or are there things that maybe prohibit us from partnering in more strategic ways? And then similarly, as I think you were mentioning, this idea of centralized tech procurement to some way that might be able, or somebody mentioned around like perhaps, thank you, from the foundation side, thinking about ways of doing more shared services on the tech side of things that might also be able to help alleviate and perhaps even build greater infrastructure across, the parts of the rural parts of our state that are actually pretty, central, concentrated in ways that, lend themselves to that. So anyways, if you could just speak to that, it'd be great.
I can speak to the technology procurement. I think one thing that could be really helpful in terms of thinking about that in rural areas in particular is partnering with the chancellor's office to do some deep needs assessments, some kind of surveys across the system. And I know we've already done some of that, but really thinking about where the high priorities are. But there's certainly opportunities, whether it's cybersecurity, ERP systems, broadband, to look at, especially around shared service providers, to drive down cost. Absolutely.
I will add, and I want to be careful not to get outside my technical expertise here. So the institutions like ours often have opportunities to partner with the community. Our institution, our district as a whole, used to operate a television station, and so we have access to some tools that we can provide to the community to extend broadband service, and we certainly are regularly looking for opportunities to do that. Woodland Community College also has a fantastic agreement with their health and human services provided by the city that is on site at their Woodland campus, and that creates and extends a partnership for what they're doing. The city provides some funding for that clinic to operate, and then the students benefit from the service because the institution provides the location. So I think those partnerships are incredibly important. I think that shared technology purchasing is important as long as it's done from the perspective of meeting the true needs. The reality is when you're serving 2 million students, you sometimes have to make decisions about what's going to serve the most students, and that can be very challenging for all 116 community colleges, because what serves the most might not be exactly what's needed in the rural institutions. And so the way that we approach that is going to be important.
I'll make just a couple comments. I think the worst thing about tech and kind of all of that is dealing with tech companies. That was supposed to be a joke, but there's a little truth in that, because they oftentimes design, as Dr. Dotson was saying, they oftentimes design systems that kind of try to meet the broad need and don't meet very specific needs, and that can be a little problematic. I think efforts like centralized ERP systems and those kinds of things are generally good for the system, especially if they are, that colleges can opt into those, because I think that's where, rural colleges really struggle and smaller colleges really struggle. You just can't employ enough people. You don't have the infrastructure dollars to put all of that into place. And my college before Sierra, I was at West Kern District, Taft College, very small place. I experienced the small rural experience completely, and that is just the challenge that you face. I love your comment about partnering with other entities in health and human services. So I've said this across my district in speeches that I give, and I know all of you know and understand this. We are now, and this is probably the biggest change that's occurred in community colleges in my time here, we are now more a part of the system and health and human services in our state than we have ever been before. We are providing all sorts of services for our students, including housing and transportation, mental health services, medical services, you name it, we're providing that for them. So we need to be at the table in those conversations, and there is no reason why we shouldn't be better connected with those, rural health networks and some of those groups. It's a little hard. I work with all of our healthcare partners because I train nurses, I train allied health, students to go to work in the industry. It's a little hard to break through their processes and barriers, even if you sit at the table with them for long periods of time. So that's maybe a place where the system office could help, maybe where the foundation could help, provide some knocking down of some of those barriers and getting people to the table. And then those of us that are on the ground can come in and be a part of that conversation and talk about how we connect out with our communities. I think that's also really important in things like, rural broadband and those efforts. And I'm involved in a little bit of that because they're having a mostly rural district. But I think system level, Board of Governors level, legislature, these are areas where they can impact, you guys can impact those discussions. And that compels people to the table, as opposed to people a little bit having territorial kind of things, and their jobs are busy and it takes time out to go and do these kinds of things and partner with us. But I think our students could benefit from it.
Thank you. Member Epstein, Member De La Fuente, then Member Williams.
Thanks. And a couple of you have alluded to the fact of how expensive it is to build anything in California. And I'm one of those people who read abundance. And so and going back to Bill's question about the legislature, is there anything that you think the legislature should change to ameliorate the cost without sacrificing the goals of these regulatory impediments to inexpensive building?
Yeah, that is the billion-dollar question. There's lots of things, but, they all, if you think about what adds to the cost of our facilities, there's reasons for all of those things being in place. So you take one out, and you potentially compromise, or you negatively impact another group or area. It's the environmental impacts. It's the high cost prevailing wage. It is the structural impacts of the Field Act and the way we have to build, those things all add so much cost to our construction. It can definitely be done cheaper, but you would remove some of those things in order to make it cheaper. So that's a political question as to whether that could ever happen or should happen. But that would be how you would reduce the cost, is to reduce down some of those things. Maybe, I look at like the CSU, for example, and the UC, they have their own, building program. They tend to build a little cheaper, the CSU does, but they take longer. So, you're trading off something, for getting a little bit less expensive. And I don't know that it's substantially less expensive. I think it's maybe minorly. So I don't know what thoughts you have on that, Tony.
I would just extend for consideration, taking a look at opportunities to either exempt or speed some of the DSA processes associated with what Willie talked about. I'll use an example. It's not a perfect example, but we need to replace the turf in our athletic stadium. That initial sort of quote was going to be under $1 million just for the turf, but the associated processes to get that through the state architect is going to double the cost. It'll be over $2 million to replace the turf. And a big part of that is review of things like ADA and accessibility. And I want to be clear, I'm fully and completely committed to that. Happens to be that our athletic stadium is right next door to our softball field that was just built and finished about a year ago. And so all of the accessibility reviews just recently happened, but our ability to sort of get through some sort of exemption or faster process, it just doesn't currently exist in policy. And so looking to see if that might be something. Again, you asked, and so I'm going to throw it out.
You reminded me of something, if I can add on really quick. I mean, we've had, I had a project sit for 1.5 years waiting for approvals. That adds, 15%, as much as 15% to the cost of a project, just from the inflationary, impacts from that. And so that is real. So that could certainly help if there were a streamlined process to get projects through. I sometimes think if they're state bond projects, I don't know this for certain, but those of you that used to work at the Department of Finance maybe can answer this for me. But I sometimes think that finance holds things back a little bit, just kind of waiting on cash flow and those kinds of things. And so I think we get impacted a lot. Yeah. Okay. So I think we get impacted by that also too, which definitely holds us back, but it is what it is, in trying to deal with those. So.
You mentioned the state architect. I feel like I've heard other horror stories about the state architect. I mean, why is it? I mean, the state architect has to review the turf on your athletic field and can double the. I mean, how does that happen? How does it double the cost of your turf?
Will you help me get a job after I answer that? There are laws and requirements in place that when a project is of a certain size, you are required to go through those processes in order to ensure you're meeting all the engineering requirements associated with them. And there's not an expedited or exemption process in most of those instances. And so it would require law or policy change to say that there might be situations in which we're willing to expand, those projects to, maybe a little bit larger project that doesn't need to go through that. But yeah, there are going to be surveys where they come out, they test the soil, they, laser level, et cetera, and all of those things add both time and cost. And then it has to be certified through DSA.
When you have to have a DSA inspector, and that's, that can cost you 15 grand a month to have somebody on site to do, do that work.
You're just replacing the grass? I mean, is this an artificial turf or is this
It's artificial turf.
It's artificial turf.
Artificial turf and putting new artificial turf over the top of it. And I feel similarly, but I acknowledge that those processes are in place because of things that may have happened in the past. And
wow.
It also doubled the time. To Willie's point earlier, when I arrived at Yuba College in 2020, we were in the process of a state-funded project. It was designed and funded in 2016, and we were finally building it in 2021. I don't know if anybody remembers that year was not a good year for construction, but we had waited so long to get state approval to build that project that there was no way we were stopping it. Essentially, what we had to do was reduce scope and seek some additional funding to be able to close the gap, because it was about $2.5 million that we had to more expensive to build because it took so long.
I'll just close with this, but it seems there seems to be a lot of momentum for trying to reduce the impact of this sort of thing in the legislature right now, and I don't know if it's our role to be part of that coalition, but it just this kind of stuff drives me crazy.
I can reassure you, Board Member Epstein, that Chris Ferguson, who's behind you, has been nodding vigorously, and if anyone can partner up with President Dotson and President Duncan to make this a priority for us to facilitate. Here's Chris. I couldn't stop him.
Yeah, just very quickly. So what Tani's referring to are life safety issues. So at a certain point, when the project exceeds a particular cost, all of those life safety requirements then kick in. So oftentimes just to make sure I'm on camera, oftentimes what you're going to see happen is, no, appreciate it. Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you, President. So oftentimes what you're really seeing is the state saying, at a certain project cost threshold, you must also do these life safety issues and address them. So let's say you're working on a restroom. They may say you need to replace older pipes that may have used lead piping or may have not been built to the accessibility standards. So they require all of those upgrades at that same time once you pass that cost threshold. Further, probably the most expensive aspect is the earthquake safety requirements of the Field Act, because our colleges are built to a higher standard so that they can be a place of last resort in the event of an emergency. And then to Superintendent President Duncan comment around the allocation of available bond resources, it's meted out in a certain way because the state's debt service costs kick in a certain way. So that's why they determine, okay, 700 million this year, 500 the next year, because the state's really looking at the debt service because that's what's paid out of the general fund. So they're trying to schedule it in a certain way. And then lastly, one thing to know on DSA, it's all a fee-based process. So to the extent, there were a conversation around hiring additional staff or increasing the speed, it actually means the fees that they would need to charge our colleges and schools would increase, and the colleges would incur additional cost on that side.
The state fire marshal doing the same thing, Chris?
The state fire marshal serves a very similar approach for other state entities. There have been conversations with UC and CSU that allowed them to hire their own internal staff to expedite that process, because what we had heard in some situations was it was actually longer to use the state fire marshal and took more time than it would DSA or even local inspectors. So that's a similar situation on that side of the house as well.
I can't help myself, but this has nothing to do with infrastructure, but I don't know how many people on this board get a check for each meeting that they serve. Each month you get a check for $79 or whatever it is that we get. And it comes to me in a FedEx packet that I need to sign for instead of being mailed. And I've tried to change it, and it's like the rules of this place are absolutely insane.
The bureaucracy is real.
I don't know how to follow that one up. Member De La Fuente.
What would be the most urgent short-term investment in the next 5 years? What do you see in the next 10 years? And what is like a very big moonshot investment that you think would be interesting for the rural community colleges? Spending a lot of time in the Bay Area lately, and I'm shocked. You have autonomous vehicles. You hear about all these things. Is there any way maybe we can leverage our network here in the Bay Area and all these tech to maybe support and build the infrastructure? Who knows, maybe an autonomous bus, maybe they build the EV chargers. What can we do to support? So what is a short-term investment, a long-term investment, and what's a moonshot investment?
Okay. I will make suggestions for consideration. I think the Rural Caucus has had some conversations about redefining small college funding and rural serving funding. And we'd like to see for consideration the definition change to create a more significant investment in the small and rural colleges to recognize some of the infrastructure challenges that we talked about. Certainly on a longer term scale, it would be fantastic to find a way to identify companies and organizations that want to invest in our communities. People already know they need to come to our institutions to accomplish some of the outcomes that we all want to accomplish. An example of that is the UC Davis's Avenue M medical pathway partnership came to the rural colleges in the Far North because in order to meet the the demographic goals associated with increasing the number of healthcare providers in rural communities, they had to come to the rural colleges. And so that grant project is exclusively focused on identifying that you need to partner with us in order to meet those needs. And so investments like that would certainly be welcomed. Willie?
Yeah. So I guess I would say, if there's opportunities to, on infrastructure to soften CEQA for rural colleges, I think that would be well received, to allow them to move projects faster, maybe a streamlined process for rural colleges, that would reduce costs. I'll go to an area on funding. And even though I'm probably not at a college that would benefit from this, I would be supportive of it. I just have always believed there needed to be more base funding for rural and smaller colleges, because you have to do all of the same things, and there's a certain amount of expense just to be there and to operate. And so I would advocate for a higher base floor, for our smaller colleges. And I don't know where the cutoff would be. Maybe you could make it just, maybe I could be just below that line. That people got that joke that time. So I did a better job of delivering it. But no, I think that would be extremely helpful for all the reasons that Tani gave you earlier, that the challenges that small rural colleges face in trying to serve their students. And they just can't do certain things because of it. And they oftentimes have to save up dollars for years, putting money away and squirreling it away out of their general fund to try to save in order to do something major. So I would advocate for that kind of a shift.
I have to just clarify my suggestions. I am a rising tides lift all boats kind of gal. And so changing some of these definitions and funding, I believe, needs to be done in an environment where the pie expands, not where you take a part of the pie from one of my colleagues who I care deeply about and give it to someone else. So
yeah, I would agree. None of us are overfunded. We're all, significantly underfunded. And so, yeah, to take away from others to give to others is really, really hard to do in our system. And it serves to fragment us as colleges and divide our voice. And we don't really want to do that.
I would just add, I would love to see us do what we're talking about here today, is really build that capacity in the field to raise additional resources, whether that's attract more philanthropy, bring in larger state and federal contracts, or build that understanding in the field about, financial strategy, how to go after bond dollars, et cetera. It's that sort of force multiplier effect. And I think we'd be really happy to support something like that.
Right. Member Williams.
First, I think your having us go on the tour was very effective. So thank you for that, because it created a lot of interest, and I think it gives the context, because I don't know that I would have had the same context had I not visited. And so trying to get more people to go and visit, I think, is a good strategy, because now I don't know that I would get in an autonomous car and drive around in the more rural colleges, but I wouldn't have known that unless I went. And so my district, so I'm a trustee in a San Bernardino Community College district. And so we were placed in a very unique financial situation. We own a TV and radio station, and the FCC forced us, well, they didn't force us, but we voluntarily went into an auction and sold some of the bandwidth for our and the auction, we got $157 million out of it. So it's really forced our teams to build a different financing acumen. And so I wonder, like, when I go and buy a plane ticket from Southwest, they offer, if I want to get carbon tax credits, then I can, purchase them, on my own. And so are there models, financial models, that we're not looking at? So when you look at like decarbonizations, there's all these other funding models where, I can give $250 and get a tax credit, and then it'll contribute to a project. There's projects in Africa where they're doing carbon, they have these plots of lands that they've tokenized. And so you can purchase a token to fund their project. And so are those kind of models something that we need to look at the financial markets and see if there's some, because the bond market, the way that we do it is just so limiting. And so are there other models that we could really be exploring to see if it can help with raising some of the dollars? And then my other question is how many colleges are in the rural area?
We asked them to self-identify whether they consider themselves to be small and rural serving, and we have a little over 30 colleges that have signed up.
Is there any benefit to being more like, LACCD, where, that becomes like a joint powers authority, or if it's a one district, would there be benefit, like in terms of what you're asking for, the base would, because you would have more enrollment if it was redefined as something that it's not?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that and certainly would be willing to continue the conversation around that. You'd also have more geography that you have to serve. And so it doesn't necessarily create the kind of mass efficiency that you might think. That being said, many of us do absolutely partner wherever possible to make some of those services and opportunities realities for our students. The College of the Siskiyous, for example, provides an advanced level training in Yuba College's district because we train firefighters and wildland firefighters. But as you know, if you work in any public safety, there's significant continuing education that's required and specialty training, ropes, et cetera. And so we partner with College of the Siskiyous where they come in and provide those advanced classes to our students so that they can continue, largely because one of us can't do it on our own, but if we all sort of buy into that service, then, we can. So we're always looking for opportunities to partner and create efficiencies. I'm just not sure that combining districts actually leads to the kind of efficiency and scale that people think it would.
Okay, thank you, Member Brown.
So I'm imagining because of all of this wonderful conversation, we're going to be successful and get some one-time funds. We're going to be able to do some wonderful things. But I'm wondering in the long term, how can we support maintenance? And how can we support the rural colleges when it comes to things like cloud subscriptions and those things that are required on an ongoing basis in order to sustain both our infrastructure and technology infrastructure needs?
Yeah, I think the consistent funding of deferred maintenance would be a big step for us. I think the rethinking, I think access to shared subscriptions is important, but rethinking how that funding happens and what it looks like is important. You've heard both Willie and I talk about perhaps transitioning the base allocation to our organizations to recognize that it actually might be more expensive, on an ongoing basis for some of our small institutions. I think that would make a big difference for us as well.
Yeah, the where my brain goes on this is I mean, and I'm gonna, probably preach to the choir here, and I know this is a huge issue for our chancellor. She and I have talked about this a lot. We need the baccalaureate degree for our rural colleges, because most of these students don't have access to higher ed other than their community college, and many are place bound for all the reasons that we've talked about. And the idea that they're going to just pick up and go to Humboldt or whichever college is closest to them just doesn't, it's not real. It's not a reality for them. And that would do a number of things. One, it would meet workforce needs in the local communities, and those students can then work in their local communities. But it would also increase enrollment for the smaller rural colleges, which would allow them to earn more revenue under the SCFF, which would strengthen them in that way also too. So, it's a huge issue, and I know we are not the barrier to that happening. This the politics of it. And I understand that totally. I don't think we should, accept that as the answer, though. I think we need to keep going. And it really is, just crucial for our students in our rural communities.
Since you mentioned it, I will just say I work very hard to partner. Feather River College was one of the leading institutions in creating a baccalaureate degree, and their baccalaureate degree happens to align with some of the programs at Yuba College. And so we do refer or send students, their direction. But certainly some sort of a expanded exemption or rethinking allowing the rural colleges to offer our baccalaureate degrees in the current scenario. And again, I acknowledge it's not your control. Um, colleges like Feather River are fighting with institutions that are 8 hours away over the kinds of degrees that they can offer, and rethinking the definition of educational desert and creating some sort of a streamlined pathway would be helpful, but so would an investment, because it does cost additional funds to offer those baccalaureate degrees. And we're trying to offer the same equitable opportunities to our students on kind of a smaller budget and a smaller scale, and that can be a challenge.
And I would just add on specifically around driving down costs around subscriptions. President Johnson, you were saying that maybe the solutions that work for the system aren't the solutions that work specifically for rural colleges. And so again, I think thinking of some kind of deep needs assessment, some survey of what really works, and then thinking of some pilot cohorts to test out new models, thinking about rural colleges as sort of innovation centers to really figure out what works. And we'd be, again, happy to partner with that.
I don't think I could have asked for a better transition to our next panel, but before we get there, I have to welcome public comment.
The public comment period on item 3.1 is now open. Virtual participants may use the raise hand feature in Zoom or press *9 if joining by phone. We will begin with comments from in-person attendees, followed by virtual comments. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, there are no in-person comments on this item, and I will now turn it over to my colleague Gary for virtual remarks. I see one hand raised.
We do have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, I'm supportive of building out student housing. I think it should be our focus. We need it at Mount Sac. There's no Wi-Fi where I live. Housing with access would be great. They were out of hotspots when I was trying to go to school. We had a local bond that passed, and we're talking about technology infrastructure. The bond is being used to build new buildings with all-encompassing camera surveillance networks. There's questions about hosting the video or biometric information being stored. There's lack of transparency. Everything is out of student control. The bureaucracy is real and Orwellian. This should have been in our master plans. Voters should also know that they're paying for mass surveillance. I heard rural schools talking about asbestos and survival issues. I wish that our multi-million-dollar surveillance budget could go to them. We are not underfunded. Water polo Olympians came and played at our huge stadium while teachers protested for their COLA wages being held up by our trustees. I can't even get to my student representatives without being surveilled. Student rights should be included in infrastructure. We shouldn't be throwing away Article 1 of our State Bill of Rights and Article 12 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
There are no other hands raised.
Great, thank you very much. And before we end, don't leave yet. I want to pass it to Chancellor Christian.
Yeah, I just wanted to recognize someone who's in the audience who works on facilities with Chris, and he flew out from South. He doesn't typically come to these board meetings, but an expert in this arena. So Wong, please stand up and be recognized. Wen from Chancellor's office, and so I'm taking tremendous notes, and we will work closely with, President Duncan wears two hats. The second hat is he's the president of the CEO board, and we'll work with the Rural Caucus, Tawny and Willie, and our whole team will work closely with you. So thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. With excitement and zeal, we welcome our second panel on item 3.2 for session 2 baccalaureate. And for that, I'll pass it to Member Haynes and Member Perry.
Thank you so much. So A number of our Board of Governors members in October drove the distance to the far north colleges, and it really opened up a full discussion of not only the baccalaureate degree, but just the challenges that our students have who live in rural communities. That aperture has been opened up even further, recognizing how many deserts with an oasis of a community college where our students and our families and our communities are place bound. Some of the things that I walked away with, and many of us know from the research, that our BA growth, our bachelor growth, has been constrained by statutory prescriptive application process. We need to have a more structured resolution process. There's ambiguous definitions of duplication. We need a clear definition of what that is. There's a number of things, but what I would argue is that we actually need something stronger than those things. One of the things that I read in preparing for this was that if the California Community College maximized bachelor degree program, its bachelor degree program goals, the maximum would be reached in 75 years. What that means is none of us will be alive in 75 years to see that. Does anybody have a 5-year-old child or grandchild? That child would be almost 80 years old. So it's not realistic. We're gonna have to figure out how we move much more agilely. We're gonna have to bring on a number of things to make that happen, because 4 generations is way, way too long. These impediments require, in my humble estimation, some legislative solutions. And it also requires us to band together 116 colleges strong with one momentum. We've got advocates out there. We have 2,300 graduates in our baccalaureate degrees. We need them to tell their stories in a way. We also know that there's been a poll that was recently done where 80% of the respondents said they thought that the California community colleges offering a baccalaureate degree would be a good idea. We need to harness that. We need to figure out how to do that. Because we have to begin to change the rules of the game. The reality is that it's not a game. It's an economic imperative. It's a societal imperative. It's a moral imperative. And I would argue it's an equity and civil rights obligation. With that, I would like now to introduce our panel for this particular discussion. Daisy Segovia and, I have this right, and McCall Corlander will be our presenters.
As well as Cecilia Rios Aguilar.
All right. So if you would start your presentation, that would be great.
Thank you so much, Member Haynes, for allowing us this time to speak about our research and important information that is related to the California Community College bachelor's degrees. My name is Daisy Segovia, and I'm Associate Director of Research and Visualizations at the RP Group. And I've been leading a lot of research that has been looking into the geographical barriers that impact students' transfer journeys. And one key thing that we have learned in our research is that distance matters. Specifically, we were looking into areas that we call university deserts, which are areas that don't have any public four-year university in the proximity for these students to transfer to that are attending our community colleges. And it is a challenge for these students to continue their higher education journey when they are physically place-bound, and it is structurally impossible sometimes for students to actually get to these locations. What we saw specifically in our research is that students who live farther than 25 miles from a public university are less likely to not only transfer, but also meet important milestones to reach their transfer journey. So they're less likely to complete their transfer units, they're less likely to complete their transfer level coursework, and they are less likely to complete other requirements that are needed to get their ADTs, and then ultimately to transfer to a four-year university. Now, we looked at these university desert areas. We mapped where our community colleges were located and then how close they were to either a UC or a CSU. And what we found was that there were 22 colleges that had no UC or CSU within 25 miles. And then there were 7 colleges that had no UC or CSU within 80 miles. And importantly, those 7 that were the furthest away were all either rural colleges or they were rural serving. So these are the colleges that are located mostly like along our California borders, closer to up north, in the desert, in our agricultural areas. And these students often have the additional hurdles that they have to overcome to get to a four-year university and ultimately to get a bachelor's degree. Since we are specifically talking about rural colleges, I'll mostly mention our data that is affecting our furthest colleges. So those 7 colleges that are in our rural areas. And what our data show is that these students on average are transferring to a four-year university at a rate of 28%. And that's compared to 36% of students that have something nearby. And a lot of this reason is because they just don't have as many options to transfer to, and they have additional hurdles to get to these universities. We also looked at to see if different groups of students may be being affected more so by this distance than others. And not surprisingly, we saw, the usual equity gaps that we see for our students of color, our low-income students, as well as our first-generation students. And the distance exacerbated these differences. As the further away they were, the less likely they were to transfer. And this was true for our Black students, our Asian students, Latina students, as well as white students who were in these further away colleges. So we are seeing that distance is impacting and increasing the equity gaps that we usually see with these types of outcomes. Now, we have also looked into additional further research that is forthcoming up this spring. And in this research, we went to these colleges and talked to college personnel and students that are attending these rural colleges. And a lot of what they told us kind of echoed what we've already learned today, is that the reality of attending a rural college is very different than what is experienced by our urban counterparts. These students that we talked to that want to transfer, it's not a question of motivation. It's not a question of wanting or needing to transfer and get a bachelor's degree. These students are highly motivated, but they just don't have the access. These students face higher transportation costs, higher housing costs when they transfer, and they lose opportunities that are affecting the access to these transfer units. So we ask students, like, how is distance impacting your transfer journey and your educational goals? And one student literally said to us, that's a silly question. Of course, distance is money, because these students have to travel farther, so it's costing them more gas money, it's costing them more maintenance on their cars, it's costing them time. So imagine a student that has to travel 80 miles to get to their 9 a.m. lab class. That is an additional 10 hours a week that they would have to pay in their time tax to attend their classes every day. These are not the same kind of barriers that students that have something nearby have to also face. Oftentimes also these students have to juggle the decision to either stay close by and leave or leave their families, leave their secure jobs, leave the support systems that have been important to them to complete their transfer journey. So really, a lot of times these students aren't, weighing a decision of whether to get a bachelor's degree at a community college. It's whether to get one at all, because if they don't have that access, it's a matter of just not having that opportunity. And a lot of what students spoke to about what helped them with their journeys, the ones that were successful and had a smoother transition, they mentioned having this social network or capital that they were able to leverage. So they had more people that around them that had went to college, and they were able to lead by example, to show them what they needed to do, to show them what courses they needed to take. They had more connections inside their community college, counselors and instructors that were able to lead the way, to able to tell them what courses to take so they don't lose credits when they transfer. They were also able to have more of those connections with the university, so they see what it's going to be like once they get there. And then colleges personnel as well also mentioned that they also have to pay this like distance penalty because of where they're located. Oftentimes these institutions are held to the same standards that urban counterparts are held to. They still have to, you know, get their transfer rates up. They still have to get their enrollment up. They still have to get their course completions up. But oftentimes they're doing this with a lot less money and a less budget. And so that leads them to be more innovative with what they do have. So that requires a lot of partnerships within the universities that are around them, a lot of partnerships within their colleges, within the institution itself, piecing together different categorical monies or different kind of funding sources so they can have this money to create a transfer culture at their institutions. It costs a lot more money to do a transfer visit at a university if you're located in Blythe, California, where your nearest college is 180 miles away. And when we looked at the different colleges, you know, not all of them were located in university deserts. Some of these rural colleges actually had really high transfer rates compared to overall rates. And that is because they had another option. They had an out-of-state that was closer. So, for example, the College of the CCC is over 200 miles away from Pueblo, but they're only 40 miles away from the university in Oregon. So majority of their students are going to Oregon, and they're working with these institutions at our state to get their costs down, to make sure that their credits are transferring, and to make sure that the student sees themselves as a transfer student and a university student, because they actually have something where they can visibly see themselves as a university student. So the community college bachelor's degrees, I think, will eliminate a huge hurdle, eliminate that distance penalty that a lot of these students have to pay and the institutions have to pay, because they are already there. The colleges did the hard part of getting the student to attend their college, and now the next hurdle is to get them to that next degree that they both think. With these bachelor degrees at the community colleges, we'll also be able to eliminate brain drain, where our smartest and our most talented and our more skillful people are having to leave the rural communities because they have to follow the opportunities and have to follow the jobs elsewhere. But as we already talked about here today, there are a lot of infrastructure needs, there are a lot of workforce needs that these rural communities have, and we can meet those needs by educating the students where they are, and by giving them those degrees that can get them those jobs and get those infrastructures where they can complete that, where they already started their journey at the community college.
My apologies, I failed to introduce Cecilia Rios Aguilar.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here with you, colleagues. My name is Cecilia Rios Aguilar. I'm a faculty member in the Department of Education at UCLA. And I prepared some things for us to consider this morning based on the research we've conducted over the past years. California community college baccalaureate programs represent a decade-long evidence-backed investment in educational equity and workforce development. Our research team has published at least 5 reports that draw on enrollment data, on administrative records, and on the surveys of graduates of CCV programs to reach the same conclusion. These programs are working, and California should expand them strategically and equitably. We have now a decade, colleagues, of consistent evidence. Our research, like I said, draws on data spanning the CCV programs that launched in 2016 and 17 through 23-24. The findings are mutually reinforcing and show a program that has matured and delivered on its promise. Most updated analysis show us and that CCB programs enrollment grew steadily to more than 1,000 students. We have 49% income increase after graduation, as reported from the graduates. 9 out of 10 students say the degree was affordable and worth the cost. 58% say that they would not have earned a bachelor's degree otherwise. And to me, one of the most consistent findings has been the next three statistics. 89% of those students who graduated from CCB programs are employed in their field of study. 88 are employed within 1 year of graduation, and 90% stay in California. Only 28% of graduates took out loans, and 93% of those graduates believe community colleges should continue offering bachelor's degrees. Now, a lot of you may ask, how do CCBs expand access to education and labor market opportunities among community college students? 3 major and very specific things that CCBs actually accomplish. One, as my colleague has mentioned, they expand access by removing geographic barriers in some regions. Second, by lowering the cost of obtaining a bachelor's degree. And third, by serving students that no other sector or segment serves. Some of you have heard concerns about these programs. One, related to duplication. Second, some people ask, is the return on investment justified? And other people ask, isn't there a reason for caution about the expansion? So let me address the first one, which I briefly mentioned, that the CCB programs are serving the students no other segment or sector is serving. 77% of students in CCB programs are 25 years or older, compared to 25% of CSU students that are of the same age at the CSU sector. I could present you with more statistics about the difference of the students. And again, no other sector is serving these students. For them, for these students, the CCB programs are not a duplicate. They're the only option available to them. What about the return on investment, if it's justified or not? A lot of people ask, is it worth to get a bachelor's degree? As we've shared in our research, students in the dental hygiene program invest $10,600 for a 4-year CCB degree and see a $28,000 annual income gain within approximately 1 year, a payback period of under 6 months of additional earnings. The CCB serve California's projected 2030 shortfall of 1.1 million bachelor's degree workers at a fraction of the cost of expanding 4-year institutions. The third concern about, is there a reason for caution about expansion? Our reports have named equity gaps directly. Both reach the same conclusion. The answer is equitable expansion, not retrenchment. Latinx students represent 47% of campus-wide enrollment, but only 38% of CCB enrollment. And you should know something too, that yes, there's these gaps, but when Latinx students enroll, they're very successful with minimal disparities in outcomes. Black, African American, and Middle Eastern, Northeastern African graduates report lower employment rates and weaker labor market outcomes, something that can be addressed by centering racial equity in legislation, program design, and data collection. Now I'm going to mention some recommendations that I would like you to consider this morning. What the research and our student stories ask of us in this moment. The 6 recommendations that I'm about to give to you draw on the research and are informed by also additional perspectives. One, there was a recent op-ed by Dr. Pollard. She calls all of us investing in community colleges to speak the language of jobs and human transformation. There's also growing recognition that CCB graduates produce social returns, not just private returns. Civic participation, improved health outcomes, community leadership, and graduate school enrollment. The current data systems do not yet capture these benefits. So here are some of my recommendations for you to consider this morning. Expand the CCP programs strategically. Geography first, evidence-based frameworks. The 2023 report that we co-author supports the expansion even when modest fields overlaps, when local demand is unmet. We actually looked at other states. Florida has significant overlap, yet little competition because we're not duplicating students. We're just simply serving very different students. As new fields are considered, require analysis of labor market need by region, distance from four-year programs, racial equity gaps in local access, institutional readiness. And as Pollack suggests, we must speak the workforce story. We must lead with very concrete examples. What about a respiratory therapist filling an ICU shortage in the Central Valley? What about a dental hygienist serving in a community with no university within 50 miles? Those are the stories we need to lead with. Number two, center racial equity in every expansion decision and make students visible. We have a lot of students, parent students, part-time students, adult learners. I call them opportunity seekers. They are seeking for an opportunity to complete their bachelor's degree, and we must make the social mobility specific and concrete to them by offering these degrees. Number three, reform funding to incentivize equity outcomes and sustain program quality. Our 2023 report recommends amending the student center funding formula to reward colleges that close racial equity gaps, produce living wage jobs, and create graduate school pathways in collaboration with CSUs and UCs that are aligned with up-to-date labor market needs. Invest adequately in faculty compensation for CCB programs. Recognize that some high-value CCB fields carry higher startup and accreditation costs that require front-loaded state support. Number four, build a data infrastructure, communities of practice, and cross-sector partnerships. Both reports call for improved Chancellor's California Community College Office data systems, capturing verified admissions, retentions, internship, and learning outcomes by student subgroup and region. We should also work together to create communities of practice that are intersegmental or cross-sectorial to share what works and what we're learning, aligned with regional labor market data. Number five, protect and strengthen the approval process and lead with access, not just non-duplication frameworks. The duplication debate is conducted almost entirely in institutional language. Sector interest, enrollment fears, credit hour overlap. I suggest a framework to reframe a shift from what does a CSU or a UC offer to who in this region cannot get to a CSU or a UC. This geographic equity argument should anchor every CCB expansion proposal. With this argument, it is much harder to say no. Measure, number six, and my final recommendation, measure and invest in what we're not yet tracking, the full social return of CCB graduates. The action. Our current data captures income and employment, but not the full return California is already receiving. 90% of those graduates stay in work in California. Many return to their communities that produce them. Research on bachelor degree attainment consistently links it to greater civic participation, higher voter turnout, improved health outcomes for graduates and their children, stronger community leadership, and high rates of graduate school enrollment. CCB programs are not just producing workers, they are producing community assets. This board should advocate for expanding how we define and measure program success and for investing in the infrastructure to show it. The story we're not telling yet, and we must start telling. Right now, California counts CCB graduates by salary, but 90% of them are still here in the Central Valley towns, in Southern California neighborhoods, in communities that rarely produce college graduates at this level. These students, these graduates are coaching youth sports leagues, they're running for school boards, volunteering in clinic, voting in local elections, and showing their children that a degree is possible. A call to show our students is exactly right here. The most powerful CCB story is not a salary comparison chart. It is graduates who stayed, who gave back, and whose entire family trajectory changed because of a bachelor degree was available within 10 miles of their home. The local infrastructure. We need a local storytelling infrastructure and a statewide data system. Each CCB college should be supported and resourced to document and publicly share the community impact of its graduates. Not just employment rates, but graduate school enrollment, civic engagement, health. These stories, told locally and authentically, are what build durable political support for CCB programs. This is the investment that will outlast any legislative cycle. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I'm going to pass it to Member Perry for some comments.
But we'll have one more.
Oh, I know. I know.
We're a little out of order.
Yes.
But this is good because we're talking about shaking up the system. So I like that. I want to thank this panel and our earlier one for so eloquently making the case for increasing the number of baccalaureate degrees that are available to our students. I loved hearing your passion, the statistics you talked about, and more broadly, your belief in the capacity of these students who are under-resourced right now to transform the state and its economic status and its economic power. So thank you very much. I want to thank Member Haynes also for pointing out that the approval rating for baccalaureate degrees being offered by the community colleges is double that of the current office holder of the most significant office in the United States. So we should remember that. We can take that with us. But since you have also eloquently made the case, I just sort of want to simply say, because I'm such a strong believer in it and was made much more so as we've worked to try and get the baccalaureate nursing degree, that what we saw the difference that would make. We saw that the students would go back to their place. We saw it would create 2,000 new nurses in a place where the state was struggling to meet that unmet need. Would have even done so with our addition, but the essential roles that the community colleges can play in that. And that's the reason why baccalaureate attainment is one of our strategic goals in Vision 2030. We are uniquely positioned to meet this need, to meet the needs of the state. So since you've all been so eloquent, I just want to say I think about it, the state is just too big. It's too big to limit who offers four-year baccalaureate degrees. We need to step up. There's more than room for every single community college in the education sandbox. We should be increasing the sandbox, not decreasing it. I think ultimately we need to keep our eye on keeping our students first and turf second. I really think that needs to be the guiding principle for all the educational institutions, because we should leave no one behind. None of our potential students should be left behind. All of them have resilience and possibility beyond that which many of us know. And it's up to us to open the doors so that they can have successful careers, they can improve their economic attainment, and be contributing members to the state of California. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Member Perry. Member Corral.
Hi there. Thanks so much for your remarks so far. I just building on Member Perry's comments, I'm always struck how this conversation tends to be sort of focused around zero-sum thinking, right? And I often get stuck on this number of 6.8 million Californians who have a high school degree and don't have any higher education. But recently, Chancellor Christian was reminding me about capacity. And your reports, some of the reports that we read leading up to this talked about capacity. And so I started looking at, every year, last year, we graduated in high schools across California, over 400,000 students. And yet the capacity at the UC level for baccalaureate degrees in a similar year is slightly over 100,000. In the CSUs, it's slightly over 60, it's around 68, 65,000. And then within their community college systems, 300 plus. So what we're talking about, more than 50% gap there that will just continue to add to that 6.8 million number undoubtedly. And so the next set of questions and conversation I think we want to have is sort of starting to think about where this continuum of opportunity starts and really being much earlier at the high school level, thinking about the opportunities for dual enrollment as that front door. And from dual enrollment, I think one of the things I was sort of thinking about as I was preparing for is really creating these opportunities for students to see not just community colleges as a place to get to and then transfer out, but obviously understanding that it is a viable pathway to going into community college and then achieving that four-year degree. But obviously that will require us to be much more intentional in our design, mapping these things. And as you just mentioned, Board Member Perry, being student-centered. So all of these things, right, of this discussion raises a conversation for us about how are we intentionally designing and scaling these pathways. And so, Dr. Kurlander, I would invite you to share maybe a little bit about what the evidence tells us about how dual enrollment sets us up for some of this pathway design and equity, and what it means for this board and the Chancellor's office to support this work statewide.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. My name is Mikal Kurlander. I'm a faculty member at UC Davis, where I also help lead Wheelhouse, the Center for Community College Research, Leadership and Research. So thank you for inviting me this morning. I want to just first affirm the importance of the focus on BA completion and remind us that in just recent years, only 56% of the adult population of California had earned any degree or certificate, and that we, as we've heard and will continue to discuss, increasing that attainment rate is going to take a multi-pronged approach. Importantly, increasing the number of BA completers within the community college system, which Dr. Rios-Aguilar just spoke about, and also, importantly, re-engaging adult learners who have left or have never started higher education, improving the persistence and completion of those within the four-year system, especially the CSU system, and then improving our transfer pathways. I'm going to talk about all of those, but focus specifically on dual enrollment. Research from my lab at UC Davis has been able to track and merge California's segments across students across segments. And so I can tell you in recent cohorts of high school students, 8 years after high school, only 25% had earned a baccalaureate degree. 5% had earned an AA or associate's degree of any type, including an ADT, and an additional 5% had transferred. Those patterns are similar in recent years and actually lower with as a result of the pandemic. So I'm going to talk about several approaches. I'm going to start with dual enrollment. Dual enrollment may be an important, as the agenda names, an accelerant, which I support as an approach, a key approach to support BA attainment. How? The core logic is that dual enrollment can accelerate academic momentum, reduce time to degree, strengthen the pipeline into and through community college toward transfer. But the pathway is still more complicated than it first appears, and we have emerging evidence on the full impact for BA attainment. So let me just name some of it. So a variety of research, ours and others in the field, have documented the benefits of dual enrollment, and these studies show that students who participate in dual enrollment have better post-secondary outcomes, including enrolling in college, persisting in college, and completing college. So transfer work has looked at some of this. We know that the average GPA in community colleges, this is work from colleagues at PPIC, is much higher among those who do CCAP agreements than those who are not dually enrolled. But we also know that dual enrollment although has existed for a long time, was not necessarily equitable. So just because we increased dual enrollment did not mean that it was equally accessed. Importantly, what we know is that as a legislation has increased the formal dual enrollment opportunities, those equity gaps have reduced. So we have looked at this. We've tracked California high school students into the full system of community colleges to look at the ways in which enrollment has increased. In the class of 2016, only 13% of the class of 2016 participated in dual enrollment. By the class of 2022, that number had gone up to 22%. So nearly a quarter of high school students in California have touched the California community college system, which is, I think, a huge success for the system. Importantly, dual enrollment gives students not just access to college, but increased engagement and motivation for college enrollment while they're in high school to help them develop a sense of belonging and an identity as a college student. Participation in dual enrollment is also more equitable, not just by race, but also socioeconomic status. And we also see that participation in among earlier students, that is ninth grade students, which we've tracked for the community college system, that is ninth graders enrolled in some dual enrollment course at the California community colleges, also shows much more structured intentional programs that have more equal outcomes in terms of race and socioeconomic status. I'm happy to answer more questions about dual enrollment because we've done a lot of research in the space, but I did want to turn our attention to other BA attainment pathways for specifically the associate degree for transfer and other kind of structured programs. We've tracked the associate degree for transfer since its onset. We have a big report on it and more coming. And we can tell you that that has been a successful, albeit modest, improvement in transfer pathways and degree attainment. Importantly, our results show that the increased BA attainment driven by the ADT is as a result of transfer, not necessarily of increased BA completion once students are at CSU. Does suggest that more articulated pathways will lead to more transfer. There's only suggestive evidence on the efficiency side. That is, ADT did not necessarily affect the number of credits that students accumulated once they leave the community colleges. We find that marginally they finished with slightly fewer units at CSU, which suggests really important work to be done on articulation. We do want to note that ADT particularly was effective differentially for different groups of students. We see bigger effects for Latinx students who are much more likely to earn ADTs than our other groups. But we also, again, do not note that ADTs necessarily attenuated racial ethnic gaps in transfer or BA attainment. So increasing access to dual enrollment, increasing access to ADTs are not silver bullets in their own right, but they are important levers that could be strengthened to meet the kind of goals of BA attainment that we have more generally for the state. So here are some of the challenges. I'm going to name some of the challenges. I'm happy to answer questions related to different solutions, but we still have challenges partnering with K-12 with dual enrollment. So we still hear from local contexts around the need for better partnership between K-12 LEAs and community college districts, either for even offering dual enrollment or for labor challenges to ensure that who can teach these courses. Across all of these programs, we need to ensure the courses count, right? So we know that students graduate or with a certificate degree or transfer with a lot of excess credits and units. We need to have credits and courses count. Efforts to ensure that these courses aren't just developmental ed courses, that their transfer level will ensure that the dual enrollment really meets the goals for increasing both BA attainment, but for doing so more efficiently. My broader message is that we need to improve articulation of pathways, which I agree will take much more than just tinkering around the edges, but bigger reform efforts for the state. Access to ADTs remains uneven by campus and by fields of study. We have 116 colleges. We have 23 CSU campuses. And then within those, we have many departments. We still have many students report. Our P's and a lot of work on this, a lot of inconsistencies in what counts. So we need access to improve. We need awareness. Many CSU transfer students do not list an ADT. Having looked at the CSU data as well, I can tell you that don't list ADTs on their CSU applications, despite the fact that their community colleges records show that they obtained it and that it should lead to greater returns. Issues of fidelity, institutional differences in the fidelity of implementation of ADTs is evident across majors and across campuses. All of this work is going to take collaboration and coordination across institutions and across segments, to have high school and community colleges work together to offer the courses that support academic preparation, earn the college credits that actually apply to degree requirements. It's going to take work for our community college system with the CSUs and the UCs to further build on the strength of common course numbering and articulation to build programs that are predictable for students and that reduce the number of excess credits. I've been involved in a variety of efforts to tinker at the edges, provide knowledge, information, nudges to students. And these are small. They do sometimes make a difference. But to see the kind of sort of rewards on these larger reform efforts are going to take more direct kind of coordination between our systems of education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Blaze.
Thank you. I wanted to open up by adding the perspective of the importance of students sharing their stories and journeys while we're talking about this advocacy work. And earlier, one of the things that was mentioned was authentic storytelling creates the foundation for the political change that happens with this work, right? So I wanted to acknowledge that it's important to say things like, yes, these students are place-bound, but it's entirely different to hear directly from a student that is place-bound. What are the implications behind that experience? And like, where's the human behind that statistic, right? And we even bring up rural colleges and how the board's perspective on rural colleges and completely transformed after visiting the rural colleges itself, because the board members got to put themselves in the shoes of like a student at a rural college. And so with all of this in mind, I wanted to take this opportunity to share a relevant project that I've been working on in terms of adding student voice and advocacy and connecting that to the Board of Governors. So in terms of the project, it's essentially fixing the issue of how to bridge the gap between the Board of Governors and student voices, because honestly, not a lot of students or faculty know what the Board of Governors are. I think we're in a very enclosed space here, but that's the reality outside of this room, right? And so with this project in mind, I had two goals. One, to integrate student stories and help shape a board priorities and humanize bills that we're advocating for. And with that in mind, students can also help mobilize for that bills. The second goal of the project is to make the Board of Governors more accessible, because realistically, students aren't going to look at a 60-page agenda and aren't going to watch an 8-hour video, right? So I wanted to start this initiative in DC, where we visited DC just a couple weeks ago for our federal advocacy. And so personally, I bought a $600 camera and microphone set, and as part of making the Board of Governors and our work more accessible, what is a better way to do that than by sharing a short video recap? And so here I interviewed a lot of student leaders and asked them, what are you doing here today in DC? What are you advocating for? And why is student representation so important? Even asking about why it's important to expand on the baccalaureate programs that we're talking about today. And I also had the chance to interview Chancellor Christian and then our president and vice president on the board. And with this footage in mind that I'm currently editing and making into a video, the goal is to A, showcase to students how we're advocating to them, and B, introduce students to the Board of Governors, what we do and who we are fundamentally. So all of this is great, and this is probably going to be shown to students who are in this space. But what about students who are not involved in student advocacy? What about students who are at rural colleges, students who work full time? They all have the same dreams, different levels of involvement, right? So how do we showcase this work and get student stories who aren't as connected to this space? So this part of the project goes into meeting students where they're at, and that's with the Canvas infrastructure. So hopefully everyone knows what Canvas is, but it's basically Google Classroom. So where students are doing homework, whether they're taking classes online or in person. So with this in mind, there is a left side of the Canvas infrastructure where there's different tabs, where that's like calendars, classwork, classes, etc. And there's at a specific community college, there was a separate tab called student advocacy. So at this college, if you clicked on that tab, you could get access to what your local student government was up to. And if we could do this locally, I thought, why can't we do this on a statewide scale? And so I've been meeting with people recently, and we've been talking about the potential to do this, and it is possible to implement this on a statewide scale. We would have to do it at local community colleges and their districts, but it's very possible. And this infrastructure would include a link to local student government and what they've been up to. B, a link to regional student governments such as the SSCCC, and C, a link to the Board of Governors. If we need student voices for whatever bills we're pushing forward, for the nursing bill or for the baccalaureate program, then we can directly reach students where they're at on Canvas, where they're doing their homework, and they could see, oh, this is something that can be advocated for. I could send in a video or send in a letter. They can do that right there. And without having to know about the Board of Governors, without having to know about student government, without any prior involvement. So with that in mind, I'm not sure if I explained that totally well. It's a very complex project, right? But the goal is to meet students where they're at and show how to be involved without having that commitment. Because once again, we know not all students have access to that. And so now we know this is possible. Now this is something I'm developing, and I hope to share the video I edit from DC with all of you shortly. But to tie it back in, we know how important student stories are, right? And we know that students are going to be impacted by this, but we also need to show legislators and other people who aren't in this space like the face and the voice behind the statistics that we keep bringing up, right? So bringing this back to the panel, I wanted to invite the panelists to expand more on the importance of sharing stories to increase equitable attainment of the baccalaureate programs. And for example, how does your research align with utilizing student stories to inform high school students and their parents about dual enrollment, transfer, and baccalaureate degree programs within a community college system?
Yes, I think our research here at the RP group and why we wanted to really move beyond the quantitative data, move into more qualitative data, is because we really wanted to speak to the college personnel and the students that are at these colleges to get firsthand accounts of what they're dealing with. And what I've learned just from kind of disseminating this research and talking about what they spoke with us, it is really expelling a lot of stereotypes that people may have about rural students. And so I think some people have this idea of what a rural student may be, about what their motivations are, about what their career and life goals may be. And really what we are trying to do is to make sure that we report back that these students are wanting better lives, are wanting to get college degrees. They are probably working harder than anyone that you have ever met. It's just that it's a lot harder for them to get to that point because these students are driving across state lines. They are juggling their lives, they're juggling their jobs, they're juggling lack of access to transportation, to internet, to other important infrastructure. And there's some students that are making it, right? And we really want to, emphasize that we shouldn't hold that one student that made it as like the goal. Like we shouldn't have to make everyone work that hard. And so a lot of what we heard in our like focus groups and in our interviews at these students wanted is just sometimes things getting in their way, and we shouldn't be the ones getting in their way. And so I think a lot of what those work that we've been doing is figuring out how to get out of their way and just let them succeed how they want to. And we are working at the RP group a lot. We had the kind of the same sentiment that people aren't going to read our 30-page report as much as it hurts me that I worked really hard to write all those words. But we're really working on how do we get this information out there to students, because a lot of the times these students aren't aware themselves of this research that we're doing, and get it into ways that they can digest it and they can hold it in their mind and hold it so they can use that to their next action. And I think I love this project that you're talking about because it's really a part of what we're also trying to do at the RP group to make sure these people's stories are heard, because a lot of these data points are actual people, and it is our responsibility as researchers, as politicians, as all members of the board, that we work to make sure that we are helping our students succeed and to remember that these are not numbers, but these are students.
I was just going to say, as a person who's crunched a lot of numbers for the last 20 years with the state administrative, I think it's a both and. I think it's really important that we understand patterns that we see in the data, but a lot of times those patterns don't tell us anything about the why. And that's why it's so critical to get student voice. We try and do both. For example, we were trying to understand, just give you two examples why so many students who are eligible for financial aid in the community college system aren't participating and getting the entitlement that they should be getting. And so we did a lot of qualitative data to ask students what about the process are they getting tripped up about. Same with dual enrollment. So I think it really is important to both look at patterns in the data to understand, especially things like persistent disparities between different groups. The importance of the large scale of the system allows us to track really important inequities that could be leveraged to improve structural changes, but those need to be connected to individual lives and stories. So I think it's both.
I would just want to add and echo what my colleagues have said, but I know we produce, again, a lot of research, very lengthy, but we have moved now to partner with the community colleges locally to create graphic novels. So that's going to be our next set of, I'm not going to call them reports. We still have to figure out how to name it, but these will be toolkits, things that are very tangible to distribute for the colleges to tell their story of how they got the baccalaureate embedded with not only the student story, but it's a story about how the faculty comes together, how the leadership builds the program. So we have this very intentional way of giving back to the students some material that they can use to then spread the news and perhaps have kitchen table conversation between parents. And I grab the graphic novel and I sit down at the dinner table and I talk with my kids, and my kids are in elementary school, and I want to make sure every single kid in their class know that there is a community college locally within their reach that offers a community college baccalaureate degree. I think that's a way we're going to try to bridge this world between research and data and the numbers and making it very concrete to people and to their lives.
Member Brown, then Member Villavicencio.
So I have a different comment, but before I go there, I wanted to address what you just brought up. As we work towards communicating directly with students more about all of the work we do, I think it's actually a great thing they don't read our 30-page reports. I worked with a student once in the inner city, and she said to me, "I hate statistics." And I was like, "Oh, really? Why?" She said, "Because they're always talking about me." So imagine that you're not only a rural student, but you're a foster youth. Like, these are some of the students we met, and you saw this 30-page report about how likely it is you're not going to succeed. They don't need to hear that. So I think we really need to be mindful of stereotype threat when we're communicating directly with students. I know we want them to help us talk to our legislators, but at the same time, we really want to motivate them to come. We want to make the path easier for them. We want to tell them about people who have gone before them and succeeded despite all the barriers, but we want to remove the barriers as we invite those students into this process of advocacy. So I just wanted to bring that up. And then I wanted to address what you were talking about with the ADT. As a counselor, I think every counselor has been doing their own personal longitudinal study just from working with students for so long. As soon as we saw the ADT degrees, we knew what would happen. Because having also worked on the other side at the four-year institutions, I've heard CSU faculty say, "Why did the student take all these classes they didn't need to take?" It's because the student doesn't know where they're going. So if this CSU needs class A, B, C, and that CSU needs class D, E, F, and that CSU needs class X, Y, Z, I have to take all of them because I don't know where I'm going to be admitted. So we definitely, I really loved your suggestions about better partnerships, better collaboration. I'm thinking back to our last presentations talking about coffee conversations. We need to have disciplines come together and have conversations. We haven't been doing that. And so all segments, why would it be that we can't have all English faculty across the state agree on something? Right? A few classes that would be core, a few essential things. We have the Common Course numbering project pause because we cannot do it just on our side. We've cleaned up our room as much as we could, but we need other siblings in the house to get involved. And so that's going to be critical. And I think we also need to tap into the dual admission piece more, because if a student knows for sure where they're headed, whether that's I'm on a pathway to a baccalaureate degree at my community college, or I'm on a pathway to a baccalaureate degree at this specific university, then we'll really streamline. So I think we need to be talking about that dual admission piece more, and solidifying those partnerships. And then we need to do some discipline specific work, because that's where it gets messy. Even if a student has an ADT, that might guarantee you, I'll give a specific example. Even at a university that's less selective, it might guarantee you your business ADT only into general business. But what if you want to do accounting? Right? So we need to get all the accounting faculty across the state, CSU, UC, and community college, to have a conversation. What's essential? What's not essential? And can we agree on something? Because we're talking about freshmen and sophomore. That's all we serve. Once they get there, they can still do other things. So it's wild that there's all this difference. And we can't control that, but it'll help if we put a human face to it, let them hear the stories, because they really truly don't understand. All they see is students come with all these classes they don't need. And they're like, why'd they do that? Right? And it's really, there's not an understanding there. So a lot of work needs to be done in that. And then when it comes to dual enrollment, we need to ensure that I'll give stories from the past where I've had a student, I said, have you ever taken any college classes? And they'll say, no. And then I pull up their transcript and I see a class with a D. It looks like you took this sociology class. Oh, I forgot about that. I didn't even know I was in a college class. We can't have that as we expand. So we need to be really intentional about making sure our students understand what they're getting themselves into, and also intentional about what sets of courses students are given, because this could be so powerful and launch a student forward, or it could be a roadblock, because 1D makes a difference for whether or not you get into a private institution like USC. So all of that stuff, I have lots of thoughts, but thank you so much for your comments. Yes, please.
So I feel like I have them all because they're all super important comments. The first one, I just couldn't agree more that those reports and those inequalities are not, they should be institution facing, legislature facing, not student. I mean, it's really, the onus is on us as it, it's to straight up our institutions and to not put the onus on students. I couldn't agree more, especially when there's so many inequalities in the system. On the ADT, I mean, what you said is exactly right. And I'll point fingers at our own system, our four-year system. UC is probably the biggest culprit. Hope they're watching, and CSU as well. But no, we have to be partners at that. Even within our own institution, within the same kind of feeder campuses, our chemists don't agree with our physicists. With that, I mean, so we have a lot of work to be done, and the students are who are paying the price. I mean, that's what's really the worst part of this, right? So I couldn't agree more. It should be mandate, legislate. I don't know what it is, but we have to get our act together, because it's really it really is hurting our students more than anything. And then also just we do I think we want to leave some. It's really what the word you said multiple times is guaranteed, that students need it. Not to take anything away from the baccalaureate at the community colleges, but for the others who are trying to transfer, the real issue that it's the guarantee, it's the know that it's going to head somewhere. And the majority of community college transfer students who are going to CSU only apply to one or two campuses, right? The majority, there's quite a long tail, but the majority. And so there are ways to create these systems to better align, but you do need everybody at the table, including the faculty, who are often the biggest gatekeepers, I think, more than sort of advising or counseling staff. And then the last piece on the dual enrollment, I think there's just great promise to the structured programs are what gives me the most hope about the dual enrollment, because we are actually seeing inequality decline, right? Like we're seeing the gaps of who's participating look very different than the student. Gosh, when I was, in high school, took a community college class, many, many years ago, Ventura Community College, it was like to get out of my high school campus at lunch, right? This is different. This is what we're talking about now, is completely different type of dual enrollment experience. And so I think they need to be structured. They need to be structured with admissions, with direct admissions, but also with financial aid. There's concern around sort of what happens if you get the D and sort of, so they have to be better integrated into our other kind of structural, pain points, frankly, that could impact. So I think the promise is really there. And from many meetings where I go to with mostly K-12 folks, they're just as excited by that's actually that's the thing that should give us the most excitement is the K-12 folks are also very excited to have college experience opportunities for their students beyond just advanced placement, for example.
Thank you. We have Villavicencio, De La Fuente, Haynes, and the reminder that you're standing between us and lunch. So just please.
Thank you for the morning, President. I'm going to speak anecdotally from my experience. I'm a faculty member at San Joaquin Delta College in Stockton. And we are in a way also a college desert because the nearest CSU is 50 miles away. And so I will tell you with my students, affordability obviously is an issue. Last year's graduating class, 9 of them got into UC Berkeley, which I was incredibly proud. 8 of them decided not to go to UC Berkeley and ended up going to Cal State Sacramento, great institution as well. But again, it was because of the affordability issue. And so, yes, so when we're talking about students being place bound, it is real. And we should definitely be talking about place bound transfer as well. I took my students several years ago to UC Merced. The political science program is amazing. I think they are like this, don't quote me here, but maybe like the 6th largest major at the university. Big program, I think 500, 600 students majoring in political science. And I asked them how many of them are actual transfers. I was really shocked when, they told me that it's less than what I have in my 2 hands. When you look at UC Merced, it's in the Central Valley. It is a much more affordable place. And so I started asking questions of like, why is that? Why is that the case? And I still am trying to figure it out. And in a way, this is where, again, intersegmental faculty collaboration is happening. And so I know my department that I'm leading is we're trying to find those pathways. And it's very difficult at times, right, to sustain it. But I think definitely we need to figure out a way to do that. On the transfer process with ADTs, I was actually quite, I was scratching my head how you said it only improved it so much. And I'm wondering if there's, again, initial research with the pathway program mapper that we're instituting, I know, at the Central Valley colleges. And to me, I think there's maybe, I'm cautiously optimistic, but progress, I think, that could be made in utilizing that tool, not just for college students, but go back to dual enrollment and have them start at the high school level, move that pathway mapper to the community colleges, then to the university, possibly even graduate school for those who may be interested in that. But I'm just wondering if there are, again, some initial research that you've done with Pathway Program Mapper, at least initially now, to see if that is, again, one tool that could be a benefit here to really help. As Board Member Brown articulated, our students, most of them or a good number of them don't know what their pathway is until they figure it out. And again, the more tools I think that they have, the more information, more knowledge that they have is power, and they can make much more informed decisions. So I was wondering if you could comment on that. Thank you.
Yeah, just really quickly, not Pathways Mapper directly, but others like it. And so I think I want to be clear that students do report in surveys and others like lack of understanding or information. So I do think these things matter, but they are not in their own right going to, from what we've seen, change the needle on its own. A lot of it is structural, right? That is, the mapper's there, but are the courses available? Is it received from the 4-year side, right? So that still seems to be the biggest. Can it help articulate the sort of the not knowing? Like, I want to go these 3. Could I have a mapper that helps me keep all 3 of those options open? Sure, I think we want that. And gosh, if AI can't help us with, this should be something that it should be able to help us with, right? It seems pretty basic. At the same time, it has to count and it has to be available. The courses have to, so that's, I think it's the tie. It's the same thing I used to say about guided pathways. we know the pillars, like get a path and stay on the path. But do we have just our advising system, our ed plan, are we kind of tracking those things to know if students are on that plan? That's the real question. Are the rest of the systems working towards what the pathways, planner tells us should be possible?
De La Fuente, Haynes, Costa.
I want to reiterate our mission: access, affordability, and equity. And I think I'm a very passionate and supporter of the bachelor degree programs. Let's talk about access. In the last 25 years, UCLA used to admit 1 in 3 students. Today, that's 1 in 10. So many qualified students today, it's simply harder to get a seat. This is not a student readiness problem. This is a capacity problem. Community college bachelor degrees help expand capacity and open up new pathways. Let's talk about affordability. Access alone is not enough. Students must be able to afford college, like Villavicencio mentioned earlier. The cost of higher education has increased 130 to 170% in the last 25 years. Wages have increased about 80%. College costs have grown nearly twice as fast as income. If you look at a typical average tuition of a community college, a CSU is double, a USC is about 4x, and a private institution about 10x. So not only is the California community more affordable, but I think that's where we're heading, and we need to be prepared. Community college bachelor degrees are by far the lowest cost pathway, and basic economics tells us when supply increases and demand stays strong, price, prices stabilize or decrease. At the moment, supply is not increasing at the level of demand, and the price is increasing as we see. And now it brings me to my third point: equity. The students most affected by these rising costs and select admissions are first-generation students, low-income students, working adults, parents, rural students. Many of these students cannot relocate to attend a university. For them, the local community college is the only realistic option. Without local bachelor's programs, their educational pathway often stops at associate degree. And as you know, lately the job market is very tough, and if you don't have a bachelor's degree, you're not even considered. So I just want to state that I support the bachelor degree programs. We need to increase capacity. We need to increase access. And there's no surprise that California economy is the third largest economy in the world. It's where entrepreneurs come. It's where innovation, creativity, and if we don't invest in increasing capacity, we are going to cut our future growth. So I want to say that I personally am a big supporter of the bachelor degree programs in the California community college system.
Thank you, Member De La Fuente. Member Haynes.
Thank you. So we have an obsolete master plan, 60 years old. It was framed with white males in mind. The UCs get 12.5%, the CSUs get about 30%, and then the community colleges get the rest. And so my concern is with this talk about doing a new master plan that we will still get it wrong. Because we will, if we want everybody at the table, including K-12, then there's some issues around the CSUs that have English classes or science classes across that 33% that don't match up for the needs of students. It's problematic, and I don't think that the UCs will change, but there's got to be a significant amount of changing and a willingness to do so. And our track record in terms of time and process is really elongated. And that becomes problematic because ultimately we're looking at most of this stuff from the eye of where we're positioned: community colleges, CSUs, K-12, UCs. And so however that is designed, it has to break down those kinds of barriers, because at the end of the day, for the most part, nobody likes change. We have a willing audience here. And so, and this actually, part of this actually has to change. We can't sort of, I don't believe that we can do it the way we have. Yeah, we'll need legislative mandates to do some of it, but that still requires people to get in rooms to actually not look for their own self-interest, but for the interest of our students. And sometimes that's going to be the biggest piece of it. And so I say that and still say that it's something that we absolutely have to do. That's one. And then, and what that coordinating body has to also have is not just that willingness, but some kind of powerful teeth to make things actually work, to actually do it. And I'll this is the I am an optimist, but this is the pessimist part about it. Our educational systems are set up driven by process and driven by trying to get everybody to yes. And we're not going to get everybody to yes. And so that's the angst. And so so that overall body is, from my perspective, and I'm a body of one, means that there's going to be some winners and some losers in this process. And we are so used to, in our educational systems, trying to get to that 100% yes. So that's the challenge before us. And then the question is, are the willing in the state of California willing to lock arms and move in a direction where we need to go, which is not going to be easy? And that is a question.
I'll just respond by reminding us that 1/3 of UC students are community college transfer student and 2/3 of CSU students are community college students. It has to be a shared. We have to your point, and having just, written an op-ed to the UCSD report, targeting community college, I'm targeting K-12 for not preparing, said same thing. It's a shared responsibility that we have for our students in our state. Cannot be just one segment. So just couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you very much, Member Costa.
I know I'm standing between us and lunch, so I'll make it brief, but it's just my comment and my observation about something that's implied always when we have this conversation, and it's academic elitism and snobbery. And that is real. And I have talked to many students at community colleges over the years who will say they really valued their time in the community college system because they got to know the faculty. They knew they were seen, they were engaged in kind of their shared goals, which they don't often get in a 4-year. This is pronounced for me because I'm now going through kid number 2. And U.S. World and News Report has us all believing that there's a brand name around academia and that we're creating this self-fulfilling prophecies by encouraging selectivism within our academic institutions, when really at the end of the day, the very top ones, it may matter, the Ivies, and all it means is you got in the club. You got in the elite club. And I am not discounting social capital at all. That's real. But we should not in any way conflate this with academic rigor or how we prepare our students, because I would put our community college faculty up against anyone.
Member Epstein.
This will be quick. My take on the whole CSU complaining about our baccalaureate degrees is that they have failed. Arizona State has come in to California and eaten their lunch with online degrees. And if the CSUs are so worried about losing a handful of students to baccalaureate degrees in Feather River, why don't they copy or at least to innovate in the way that Arizona State has and bring in a lot of new students online? It's just ridiculous to me, and I'm wondering if any of you have looked into that and or have any comment you'd like to do.
The ASU is actually coming and eating not only CSU but UCs too, and I think that's a big lesson. And I really want to appreciate the comment made earlier, because it is the conversation keep talking about power, keep talking about privilege and merit, right? And it is nothing about that. It is really, we have to understand that community college students are really prepared. I teach a class at UCLA, sociology of community college, sociology and economics of community colleges. I get emails day in and day out of students telling me, I want to be in that class because that's where I lived. That's my experience. And they tell me sometimes, they keep sharing me stories of how much they appreciate their community college experience more than being at UCLA, where they feel very lost. The stigma that they suffer is tremendous, not only from faculty, but from their own peers. You got it here the easy way, they keep saying. If we don't address those stigmas and we don't, that's why I start by saying we need to have kitchen table conversations everywhere we go. The system is not going to change by itself. It requires us to really, really dig in and say, what is my responsibility? I hope that the UC is also held accountable for what not offering enough capacity, enough students, enough. We are so late in moving, in creating, in changing what we need to change. The CSUs may be complaining, but the UCs are not doing anything to support community colleges. And that really frustrates me, and I hope they are listening because we are part of this system, and we have to be part of the solution and the commitment to support and put the best of the youth infrastructure at the service of community colleges and students.
I just want to make a brief comment about ASU. It's kind of funny because in one of my conference presentations where I was talking about this research, there was a rep from ASU there, and they were taking a lot of notes. But I think other states are also noticing our capacity issue because they are partnering with our community colleges to get our students over to them. One of the programs that was mentioned a lot when we talked to the rural colleges was this program called the Western Undergraduate Exchange, where there's like a group of other universities from out of state that say like, take these classes, you're automatically accepted. You don't have to pay out of state tuition. So they are seeing the benefit of, in a sense, poaching our students because we can't meet their needs. And really the CSUs and the UCs should be doing the same. Also, I had a student just tell me that like one of the for-profits was like, we will pay for you to fly out here and move your stuff for you. So there are other institutions that are going to take the opportunity that we may not be taking.
I'm glad you mentioned. I did want to say that. I think so. I didn't have it with me, but I can say that the rates of sort of the transfer students where they're going kind of stable for UC and CSU, but increasing numbers to private, including some for-profits that we should be concerned about it based on the return. So it's not just ASU, Southern New Hampshire. A lot of our Black students are transferring to HBCUs, which is a good thing. Lots of articulation going on there. And so I think it is tracking sort of where are they going if they're not staying within UC and CSU among our students. And there is some concern that there's back to ticking them uptick in numbers to kind of the for-profit sector as well.
Member Brown.
And I wanted to mention, and to add on to this conversation, we also have international universities that are operating within California and doing really interesting things with their students. I don't actually see any of these things we're discussing as a threat. There are 10 million community college students in the nation. We're already serving 2 million. And there are 6 million we haven't even reached yet. So there's enough for everyone. We just got to get the right students directed the right direction. Some of these students are the traditional students that were thought of in the master plan who are willing to go wherever. And we want to get those students off wherever they may go. There are some students that are place bound that we want them served right where they live. And then there's lots of in between, right? And so this idea of better partnership and collaboration is what's going to get us there. We need to be in conversation with Arizona. We need to be in conversation with these international universities that are operating right here. We need to be in conversation with, I don't know if you're aware, I recently found out there's military folks from other countries who come and they have special K-12 schools where their students are, and then they're taking international baccalaureate classes. Those can be dual enrollment students too. And so there's so much missed opportunity by thinking that there's scarcity where there's abundance. So we really have to wrap our heads around, these are all of we want all Californians educated, and we want everyone to know that you can get an education here no matter which direction you choose to go.
And that 6.8 is not a snapshot number. It's actually much higher if you think about how dynamic that is. Because if you're talking about a population that needs to upskill and reskill at numerous points in their career, that 6.8 is a dynamic number. So I totally agree with you. There's more than enough to go around. Christina, let's take public comment.
The public comment period.
Hold on. Okay.
No, I was just gonna add one last.
Okay, fine. Member Corral.
I know we're standing, but I couldn't help myself.
Oh, and Member LeGrand. Okay. Anybody else? All right.
No, just
Go
building
ahead.
on what you just said about the 6.8 being dynamic too. I think this is an opportunity where we have to work with the private sector industry to be co-advocates in thinking about how much abundance and supply there is and how we increase our capacity. Because at the end of the day, what worries me is not intersegmental arguments about this, but really none of us are going to be able to really meet this capacity need that we have that is before us, that is going to actually hurt our economic capacity, as Ricardo mentioned earlier. I mean, there is no way California is going to succeed if we don't address this, and this is where the private sector just needs to be really lock in step with this discussion. So.
I guess I get the last word. So I just want to say, I mean, our system is also set up on competition. So it's all about funding. And CSUs, UC, are all fighting for the same crumbs that are at the state legislature. And so I think what gets lost is the fact that these are real people that we're trying to serve. These are students in California that we're trying to serve. And so unless that focus gets redirected some way, we're going to always have this battle, because we're going to all show up at the table wanting to protect what our interests are, and not realizing that by us doing that, we're leaving a whole bunch of people behind that can't get access to the services that we want them to have.
Our lobby day is going to look very different this year, I have a feeling. Christina, please go ahead with public comment.
Thank you. The public comment period for item 3.2 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with in-person remarks in Coronado.
Right, we just have one, Robert Stewart. You got that, yeah. We got you.
All right, let's see if I can do this leaned over a little bit. All right, greetings, Chancellor Christian and President Aguinaldo and Vice President Rawlings and the board. The Academic Senate for California Community Colleges would like to express its gratitude to Board President Aguinaldo for increasing and accelerating bachelor degree program access in our system, with your recent approval of the BDP proposals that have been held up due to the assertions of duplication by the CSU. So thank you for that. And I also want to say that the ASCCC supports the strategic direction of Vision 2030 of equitable BDP attainment and improving streamlining transfer with our 4-year partners. And just to add that we continue to strongly advocate for our students and the streamline of transfer in the ICA space. And so thank you guys again for your continued support of the role, efforts, and the work of the ASCCC.
Thank you. I'll pass it to my colleague, Gary, who will handle the virtual remarks.
We have a few hands raised. We'll start with Stephanie Goldman. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Stephanie Goldman on behalf of the Faculty Association of the California Community Colleges. First, I'm jealous that I'm not meeting at the beach with all of you. But while FACT strongly supports efforts to increase the attainment of baccalaureate degrees, we are urging a more measured approach to expanding dual enrollment as a pathway to baccalaureate attainment. We're hearing a lot of concerns from faculty about limited oversight, some cases of high school instructors teaching college courses without meeting min quals. And we're also even hearing about evening class cancellations at small colleges as the focus is starting to shift to serving those high school level learners. So there's a lot of concerns around that. With that said, we strongly support the expansion of the community college baccalaureate degree programs within our colleges. As all of you have already mentioned, and you'll hear again and again and again, this would strengthen and so much better serve our communities without compromising quality, especially in these rural areas where so many students are place-bound and they don't want to necessarily move. So thank you so much.
Next, we have Omar Zavala. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, I'm very supportive of the baccalaureate programs. I just heard about your new cybersecurity degree. I really wish I could go. At the beginning, Governor Pamela Haynes talked about need people telling her stories. You've seen how committed I am to speaking here. I I would read your research. I just read about your council's opinions that mentioned Article 1 yesterday. I would get a degree if I could have my rights, those rights around privacy in the Bill of Rights that I've spoken about before. Let me opt out of corporations holding my data. I would call journalists. I would write about my experience. I would speak out. You could change my life. You could get it. Also, you could be ahead of everybody in our rights around technology, restoring our civil rights. You would be ahead of the CSUs and UCs. And then the baccalaureate program could generate professionals that go into the world and know about and can defend these rights too. Thank you.
Next, we have Barbara Dunsheath. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Yes, good morning. This is Barbara Dunsheath. I am the board president for the North Orange County Community College District. Thank you for your lively discussion about the baccalaureate degree programs. I'm also speaking today on behalf of the CCC, where I am the president-elect. I would like to say that the League of California is very supportive of the baccalaureate degree program. This is one of our highest priorities. We have engaged in a private poll, and we have found out that public support is very strong for community colleges offering baccalaureate degrees for many of the reasons that have already been stated: equity, affordability, and location. It will help to meet the strong workforce demand. I would also like to say that the baccalaureate degree programs would be a benefit. It would serve critical needs like nursing, wildfire, and other programs that are difficult to obtain. And we certainly would appreciate your support for advancing and expanding the baccalaureate degree programs at community colleges. Thank you.
The last hand I see raised, Alicia Nagpal, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Everyone, my name is Alicia Nagpal. I serve as the Vice President of Legislative Affairs for the Student Senate for the California Community Colleges, representing the 2.2 million students in the CCC system. I'm here to urge continued support of the CCC baccalaureate programs. These programs expand access for students who cannot attend a CSU or a UC due to cost, work obligations, or living around 80 plus miles away from the nearest university sometimes. These are not students choosing between systems. They are students who otherwise would not earn a bachelor's degree at all. The SSCCC will be supporting SB 960 by Senator Cabaldon this year, which builds on AB 927 from the 2021 legislative year. It would maintain prohibition on duplicating UC programs, but it would allow community colleges to offer programs that are also offered at nearby CSU campuses if the CSU programs have been impacted in turning away qualified candidates for at least 3 consecutive years. The goal is simple. When local CSU programs cannot meet student demand, community colleges can and have the ability to step in to ensure students are not left behind. Degrees like the ones that will be offered at Moore Park, Ventura, and Southwestern colleges will change lives and shows that this is about equity, access, and meeting workforce needs. Geography and capacity constraints should not determine who gets to complete a bachelor's degree. We thank the Board of Governors for their continued support and look forward to future programs. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you very much, Christina. Thank you very much, Gary. All right, team, lunch. See you back in an hour. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a nourishing lunch. We also had a wonderful photo with a beautiful backdrop. So thank you very much to everyone for participating in that. Let's jump right into our third session, internships. And for that, I will pass it to members Epstein and Williams.
Thanks. Well, first of all, I want to welcome the panel and introduce them on the far right over there, not politically speaking, but just Sylvia Nadelet is the Dean of Math, Science, and Engineering at Southwestern College, our host. Thanks for being here. Kevin Trutnut, of course, is the Superintendent President, Feather River College, and a renowned horse whisperer. Sujin Jez, who we all know, is the head of California Competes and is an amazing supporter of the community colleges and a very progressive leader that's helped us find our way. And last is Peter Barr, who I will introduce in more detail in a moment since nobody knows who he is. So I wanted to start with some personal story since this is about internships, because I had an internship that changed my life in a really great way. It wasn't the same as a community college student seeking a for-profit, a paid internship, but I was at UCLA Law School, and I got an unpaid internship my last year there, working for City Councilman Zev Yaroslavsky. And through that experience, I ended up, my boss there was a woman named Jan Levine. She was the one who hired me. And a few months later, I wanted to get into politics because I decided I really didn't want to be a lawyer anyhow. And her husband, Mel Levine, ran for the state assembly. And so she asked me to join the campaign. I joined the campaign, had a great time. We won. I ended up getting a permanent job in Zev Yaroslavsky's office, where I met a bunch of people who did advance work for Jimmy Carter, who was president at the time. I ended up getting on the White House advance team, met a bunch of people involved with Jerry Brown, did some advance for him too. And all of that really propelled my career. And it all started with an internship. So I'm hopeful that a lot of students can have that same kind of progress and experience that I had. So now I'm going to start by introducing Peter. He's the Vice President, Managing Research Director of the Strada Institute for the Future of Work, and I'll let him explain what that is. His educational background, before that, he was a professor at the University of Michigan and Wayne State University for the last 21 years, and before Strada. He has California roots, though, a master's and a PhD from UC Davis, a bachelor from Sac State, and most important, 2 associate degrees from Solano Community College. So, I did like the 2-minute review of his research, which he's spent, decades learning how to do. But so what I just want to give you what I took away from it, and then let him fill it all in and say where I was wrong. The benefits of internships, he found are higher earnings, higher satisfaction with their educational experience, and increased confidence. And I would add also connections and networking, really critical components of being an intern. But he also notes in his research that fewer than a third of community college students have that access, that white students have more opportunities than people of color, and that male more than female. So the challenges facing our colleges to expand the internship program, of course, it costs money. So that's we need to find the resources for that. Securing employer partnerships is not all that easy either. And so that requires a great deal of local interaction. Colleges have to be really ready to implement it. They need to have a program designed to do that. And frankly, there isn't enough research to know what works best, which is one thing that Dr. Barr is going to help us understand. So, as I understand, you and Strada have done extensive research on all of these issues. So tell us about that now, including how AI is changing the game, and how can community colleges address these challenges of work-based learning and implement cost-effective programs that enable students to access paid internships?
Thank you, Member Epstein. You did it for me a little bit there, but if I can take a moment to back up and provide some context. As mentioned, I currently serve as Vice President of Employer Engagement at the Strada Education Foundation, and I'm the Managing Research Director of the Strada's Institute for the Future of Work, which is kind of an unusual animal. It's a think tank embedded within the foundation doing original, high-quality, scholarly level research. Strada's mission is fundamentally to strengthen the pathways from education to opportunity, very much like the California community colleges. And at the Institute, I lead a portfolio of research that spans the gamut of scale, from shedding light on the migration of college-educated workers across the country and how this affects the talent pools that states can draw upon, all the way to measuring the impact of short-term occupational training on individuals' employment and earnings trajectories, and so much in between. As you mentioned, prior to my appointment at the Strada Institute, I served as a tenure professor at the University of Michigan, conducting research on similar topics. And if we hop back even further, a couple of hops back, I was myself a community college student here in California at Solano Community College. Worked full-time like so many community college students do. In my case, as a wastewater treatment plant operator, attending school during the day, working at night. And in fact, in many public speaking engagements in which I participate, I often mention that I still maintain my license to practice as a wastewater treatment plant operator in California and my commercial driver's license that I acquired during that time. Thanks to Solano Community College and the larger system of higher education in California, I have a job for life. And that's hard to replace. It's hard to beat that. I was also a transfer student commuting from Vacaville to CSU Sacramento, and I was a graduate student at UC Davis. So I, suffice to say, I owe California an awful lot, and especially the public higher education system. I owe a great debt to this system. So what do we know about partnerships? I have 3 points I want to raise about, partnerships, about internships. 3 points about internships. First, the internship is part of a package of advising and career guidance or classroom learning to support students' development, and it's in fields that are aligned with labor market demand. Number 3, paid internships are absolutely critical to ensuring equitable access. In large multi-institution evidence on work-based learning, paid internships stand out as the form most reliably associated with higher earnings after graduation, and unpaid placements show weaker or inconsistent wage benefits. And indeed, students who don't, like so many community college students, like myself at that time, who don't have the means to support themselves while participating in an internship, simply wouldn't have access otherwise. What we don't know, there's a lot. We don't yet have a handle on how to deliver high quality internships at system scale. But this is an opportunity, not an obstacle. California has long led the nation in higher education innovation, and this is yet another chance to do so. Number 2, there is a lot that we don't understand about how to optimize the value of internships for students, but also for employers. For instance, given that time constraints often loom larger for employers, even than financial constraints, we need to know how we can streamline employers' engagement of interns without lowering the quality of the experience for students. How can AI tools improve the quality but also the efficiency of internship implementation? And 3, how can we best track student learning outcomes over time? Number 3, we need to know how to implement quality across a range of fields of study and occupation. Some fields, like nursing, have a long history of work-based learning, but many do not. And we need to know how to make that work in these other fields. And we need to know how to build large-scale but timely feedback loops between employers and colleges. And it's my hope that the internship is actually fundamentally part of that feedback loop. I want to close by saying that no higher education system in the nation is better positioned to address these questions than the California community colleges. The system has an enormous number of students. I know I'm preaching to the choir when I say that. Largest post-secondary system in the world. It has every type of college, every type of region, every type of setting, and it has an enormous amount of data. Really one of the richest possible data sources on students, student experiences, student outcomes, and it also has a long history of research-driven policy and decision-making. So the groundwork is already laid here through the Digital Center and other research capabilities of the Chancellor's Office, and the California community colleges can once again lead the nation in best policy and practice to bridge education and opportunity through internships. Thank you.
I guess it's on me. So I'm gonna stick to my notes because this is a topic that is really I'm passionate about it. I spent 12 years on the California Workforce Development Board, and work experience was something that really helped me as a community college student, work-based learning, paid experiences. And so I'm gonna just talk about my visit with Feather River College. Small rural institutions that, well, Feather River College is a small rural institution that you might not immediately think about when we talk about workforce innovation. But what I saw there, it really struck me because students were earning paychecks while studying on campus. And again, that was a personal experience for me working full time, working a part-time job, and taking classes. I had 3 jobs when I was a community college student. I worked for the County of San Bernardino in the day. I worked a couple days for Best Buy, and then on Saturdays, I did software demonstrations at CompUSA, and they worked me to death. And I finally got through, right? So these students at Feather River, what I saw, they were building skills, they were developing deep connections with their institution, and they were also developing a professional identity. And this is super important to their academic success. What Feather River has figured out is something that the systems need to hear clearly. You do not have to wait for major employer partnerships or federal grants to make work-based learning real for your students. The campus itself can be the employer. The campus itself can be the laboratory. This matters enormously for equity, our rural colleges, our under-resourced colleges, our students who are already working 30 hours just to stay enrolled. They can't afford to wait for internship pipelines that may never reach them. Campus employment done intentionally and done with structure and supervision and reflection is a high impact practice available to every one of our 116 colleges right now. President Trutner has been building this model thoughtfully, and I want to ask him to share what he's learned, because I really believe there's a lot of lessons that can be shared for our rural colleges and our entire system. So can you just talk about how you became the statewide example?
Thank you very much. Before I do that, I want to tell my story just for a second, Maria. This is a homecoming for me. 1907, my grandfather was born here in San Diego. I can show you the house he was born in. 2 poor Polish immigrants. They quickly became homeless, and they moved out to the Silver Strand on the land where we stand right now. This is where the homeless people lived in 1907. It was cold, it was wet, it was windy, it was damp, it was by the ocean. Anybody with money went up in the valley to build their house. My great-grandfather was a piano player. The music skipped my generation, obviously, those who know me. My great-grandfather was the piano player at the Hotel Coronado right after it opened up. As a poor Polish immigrant, that's one of the few jobs he could get. So I've heard the Hotel del Coronado is haunted. One of them is probably my great-grandfather, who I never met. I don't even know his name. I was thinking I should text my mom to ask the name. So if any of you drive by there and want to, talk to somebody who's haunted, probably one of my relatives. That's where I came from. My grandma had a little single-wide mobile home right across off the 5 over here. And so this is where my family's from, this area. So I thank Southwestern for hosting us. Thank this is always homecoming area for me. Ate at a pizza place last night that my parents went to when they were dating in high school. So, yeah, Feather River College, we have many opportunities for students, and the key is that it's meaningful employment on campus. I can't take credit for this. This is a campus-wide culture that we've developed, and you talked on so many things. It works around their class schedule. It gives them meaningful work, background preparation. For those of you who visited, we purposely had students doing what they do, showing the skills that they learn so they get hired right out of the degree program. It's an integral part of our campus. I kind of wrote this white paper. Chancellor Christensen asked me to write a white paper, and I'm a math major, so I follow rules. We have that in common. We almost have a similar background, almost identical background. But it got me to thinking, why does our model work? I put a few bullets down there. We do extensive supervisor training. You have to invest. You mentioned this too. The supervisors have to spend the time to train. It's not just go sit here and answer phones and file and put these files away. We have students that will be looking out for animal welfare. They will be giving vaccines. They will be starting and monitoring fires on their own because they have been so trained, they've been certified along the way. And we turn that over to them when they're ready to do it, not from day one, not go figure it out. But we have a significant investment with our general funds. Every college that I've ever worked at has college work study. At Feather River College, we invest roughly $300,000 into student employment. That's about 1% of our budget. Now we leverage that with our federal work funds, with the SCA, with the EOPS, with DSPS funding. So we leverage that. We almost double that amount, but you can see the hours I put in there. Every year minimum wage increases, it costs us $10,000 to $15,000 out of our own general fund that we prioritize so that we don't cut hours for our students. So we have to have that investment. This gives us, our students, a sense of belonging on campus. Besides everything you just mentioned, there's a sense of belonging on campus. It's more than a job. They're integral to our campus operations. Our students do so much. If you add up the hours, it's 28,000 hours of work on our campus. You have 28,000 hours of student work on our little campus. Put in perspective, we're about the second smallest college in this system. So 27,000 hours, $460,000 investment when you leverage the general funds with the categorical funds. We have an end of the semester celebration where students are asked to reflect upon the outcomes, the student learning outcomes. So it's not just a job. You have to ask them what they did. What'd you learn about your major and career? What'd you learn about professionalism? What'd you learn about communication? What'd you learn about resourcefulness? I remember one time we had a student who was an office worker and she's running around in her bare feet one time. And I told her, I said, listen, you're a student. I don't expect you to, dress professionally, but you have to wear shoes in the office. And this is going to save you down the road that you might get fired someplace. But I'm going to help. So she's like, I never thought of that. Thank you very much. And she did end up dressing nicer. She, t-shirts and jeans get a little better. But like I said, we have students working in our firing operations for our underburns. They do chainsaw crews on their own. We have crews of 10 to 15 students that will go out in the community that will do an underburn. They're all certified, and we provide the labor to go do underburns out in the community. The community being the greater area. Our Child Development Center, they will put on parent-teacher conferences. They will put on workshop activities for parents. They have to learn how to be a professional, and we turn that over to them once they become trained along the way. You saw a lot of our ag students. They'll be doing vaccines. They'll do births. They'll do cleanups. They'll do stall care. They'll do basic husbandry, animal husbandry, heavy equipment. We do embryo. Embryos where we'll fertilize the embryo and then they'll insert it back into the uterus. And students are doing that on their own. And we make it meaningful on campus. The last thing I want to add, then I'm open to questions, and I gave you a lot of the details, is I asked my staff, what are some of the challenges? And even with our significant investment, the challenges is not enough funding. You heard that about the infrastructure, heard that about the bachelor's degrees, not enough funding. Our staff literally says, you can read their comments, we have a greater need than we have the funding for, even with our investment. The other thing is, this piggybacks, we've never met, but what you just said, it's the time for the training. It's not just here you go, here's the job, go do it. They will spend hours and hours and hours away from their jobs as our CSCA unit members to train a student to help them do their job. And that's hours away from their primary work. Although I could argue students are their primary work, but our students are integral to the campus operations and they're really important. And just like you said with the research, it gives them the job skill, it gives them the background. I told this when the Board of Governors visited. Ted Turner's ranch came down and hired some of our graduates from equine a few years ago, and that's all I needed to know about the quality. So I don't know if that answers your question, Joseph. I hope so.
Wonderful. Well, I have the pleasure of asking Dean Nedelet the next question. I don't think I could bring it any more locally than President Trutna did because I don't have deceased relatives haunting the Coronado Hotel. But Southwestern College has partnered with the Naval Information Warfare Center Pacific for more than 2 decades, offering STEM students a rare chance to engage in real research, work alongside federal scientists, and build a professional identity long before they transfer as one of a number of such opportunities at Southwestern. From your vantage point, how has this long-standing internship evolved over the years? How do you build successful opportunities like this for students? And what have you seen in terms of its impact on students' confidence and their transfer and career trajectories, as well as the potential these types of efforts hold for strengthening and broadening the STEM talent pipeline in California? That, if that's not a compound question, I don't know what is. Good luck.
Thank you very much, President Aguinaldo. So I think that to simplify the question, I think I'll just tell the story from two different points of view. And before I start, I've been at Southwestern College since 2005, and we're very happy to host you here in this wonderful Crime Cove Aquatic Center. So, you know, the internship with NIWIC, used to be called SPAY, started about 20 years ago. So I was not part of the beginning of the internship, but very proud to shelter it and continue it. And it basically started with an employee from NIWIC, an engineer at NIWIC who was part-time faculty teaching physics at Southwestern. And he helped connect our students and drop the contracts with the college. I believe he said it took a couple of years to get everything in place. And the internship started with about maybe 3 to 5 students, going up to 10 students sometimes. And the same adjunct faculty and NIWIC engineer continues to work for us. Now he's retired from NIWIC. His name is Ajax Ramirez. He retired, but he continues to teach. And before he retired, he left another NIWIC employee in charge of continuing the partnership and the internship. So the way it works is that we have a meeting with them. We set the requirements of what courses students need to have completed, when the application is due, what they want to see in applications, and then we go in and recruit the students. And all applications come in right now. For the current internship, applications are due February 27th. And NIWIC comes in and they interview our students, a stake in selecting the students. And then we have an orientation and off they go for their 8 weeks over the summer at NIWIC in Point Loma, a beautiful location. And they are part of a team. So they are assigned a NIWIC engineer mentor, and they're part of this team. And they work in the project that the team works on. And so we sent students who are engineering majors, computer science majors, math majors, chemistry, biology majors as well. And they spent 8 weeks learning and experiencing the work. We do pay them. So currently they earn $5,000 for the 8 weeks. And this is wonderful because now they don't have a choice between, well, I need to work because I need money over the summer. No, you can work at this internship, you can learn, you can apply everything that you learn in the classroom and still earn the money. And so it's really a great partnership. We last summer we sent 21 students. And so we get about 100 applications, and some of the constraints are, of course, money, but also how many engineers can NIWIC provide as mentors? And they've really stepped it up. And basically they said, well, how many students can you afford to send? And that's how many engineers they give us. So it's a wonderful thing. The funding is mostly, well, part of the funding comes from the Lip Family Foundation donations. They have a donation that comes in every year for us, and part of those funds are assigned to the NIWIC internship. And then the MESA program has also started to fund students as well. So that's how we've been able to send more students. So that's the logistics of how the internship works. From the student side, and this is where the mom in me just comes out, because you see them, they are so nervous, they submit their application, then we set up the interviews and they just sit in their room waiting for their turn. And and the MESA program is wonderful in that they help them prepare for an interview, let them know, okay, you have to dress professional, you have this is how you have to look and prepare, and they have workshops for them, resume building and all these things. So anyway, so they have the interview, and those who are accepted then just begin work. And to see them from the orientation day, just not knowing what to expect, maybe a little bit scared, and then witness the growth at the end of the internship, where they do a board presentation about the project they worked on, what barriers they overcame in that project. Just the maturity in those 8 weeks that they gain is amazing. And I just love listening to those presentations, because probably within the first 2 minutes, what they're talking about is way over my head. And I'm thinking, way to go, they're learning what they're applying what they're learning in the classroom, but they're also applying how to learn in the workplace. Because not always what you learn in the classroom is applied at work, but you're learning how to learn, and that's what's also very valuable in the workplace. Many students have shared that, oh, my first week I had to learn this new program because I know Java, but this is a different program they wanted me to use, and so I had to spend the first week coming up to speed learning the program so I can keep up with the team. And so the growth is just incredible. So I think that we have that high quality internship that you were mentioning, and we hope to continue this partnership long after I'm retired.
And it's also hard to apply what you're learning if you're learning it in the abstract. The fact that the students can take this and implement it right away is so key. Dean Adelette, could you talk about what the outcomes have been for the students? Are there students who stick with that field, or are they going back to NIWIC, or what has happened?
So yes, we have some students, maybe about 5 to 6 students, who maybe at the end of the internship, they were not done with their project, and they're allowed to stay on for a couple of weeks to finish the project. Some students are retained at NIWIC as part-time employees, and some students have come back and worked full-time at NIWIC. And then other students, of course, they have employment in other places, and now they have this real life experience to put down in their resume. So it's definitely been successful for them seeking employment afterwards.
It's incredible. I'll pass it to Member Villalobos for the next question.
Thank you. So when we're talking about internships, I mean, the only thing I can go back to is my own personal experience, not just professional, but also as a former graduate student. Years ago, I worked for a nonprofit as an executive director. The 3 main issues that our veteran population was dealing with at the time included housing, mental health, and employment. Employment being a huge one for us. Unfortunately, at the time, every employment program that was available was aimed at providing services for veterans who were actively homeless, or at risk of being homeless, or dealing with substance abuse issues. So they had major barriers to employment. So the transitioning population and the veterans who were graduating from college didn't qualify for these programs. So I'll stick to my notes just so I don't miss anything. But at the time, I had the opportunity to design and lead a comprehensive program. It was an employment program to support veterans who were graduating or transitioning from the military, and they were looking for meaningful civilian careers. The program allowed us to remove common barriers to employment by paying for industry recognized certifications and creating clear pathways to both paid and unpaid internships, which gave the veterans hands-on experience in their chosen field, but also it allowed the employer to train and evaluate strong candidates for open roles, and then ultimately hiring those veterans. As a result of those well-developed strategic partnerships with organizations such as Raytheon, SpaceX, and Disney, we were able to achieve a 92% retention rate at the 1-year mark, which was unheard of for us. It was incredible. But those relationships were built over time through trust, consistent performance, and then obviously the successful placement of skilled veterans who met all the industry workforce needs. So as it relates to our student population and the community colleges, my question for you is, what are the best ways to build stronger partnerships with industry, both local employers and large statewide companies, so we can create more internships and other hands-on learning opportunities for our students?
Thank you. I feel like I appreciate my dad's Air Force veteran also, and likewise that transition from leaving the Air Force to civilian life was one that he turned to our local community college for support with, which was Solano Community College, where I also took courses. I really appreciate being here and all the personal stories. And I'm going to kick this off a little bit with some things around like, why does this matter? And I know we're well versed, but there's some research that I think is, thank you, that I wanted to share, that Strata has shared also, that career advancement is the #1 reason why students not only enroll in college, but when you ask those who aren't in college, what would get them to enroll, they say it is career advancement, a guaranteed job placement, greater earnings. So I really appreciate that community college is keeping this at the forefront. And I'll talk a little bit about culture in a little bit, and this is key to that. Yeah, in our work, leveraging data from Strata, and I appreciate Strata also for doing their surveys and oversampling in California and sharing that data with CalCompete so we can analyze it and have more robust research from which to make better decisions. It finds that career preparation is uneven, arrives too late, or is difficult to access. So only about 1/3 of current California students report completing an internship, and then about 45% by graduation. And fewer than half feel highly satisfied with their early career outcomes. We know that internships work for the reasons that Pete talked about. Students report these stronger early career outcomes in a myriad of metrics. But we have not designed a system where access is universal. And students state, when you ask them, why didn't you do an internship? It's because my course load was too heavy, and I didn't know where to find one. So by integrating work-based learning opportunities into programs of study, you tackle the 2 main reasons why students say they don't do work-based learning. So with this integration, it moves from being a privilege to a core part of the pathway that is not just good for, I think, for the early career outcomes, but also deepens students' learning in their programs of study. So it's not just a workforce development function, but it's a core learning and ability to contribute to society and thriving function for students. Also, I want to flag that when we don't integrate internships, work-based learning into programs of study, it's a real equity issue. When we see which students get access to internships, particularly paid internships that are the most valuable for students, it tends not to be women, Black and Latinx Californians, or adult learners. These students are the least likely to access paid internships. So by integrating work-based learning into programs of study, you're creating stronger pathways to our most vulnerable students and Californians. So how do we move forward? Everyone is beginning to acknowledge, I think these conversations around the value of internships are growing. So what do we do next? And I appreciate the question on employer engagement. And then also the work at Feather River, that the recognition that colleges themselves are major employers and employ in many, many types of roles. It's not just instructional roles, but you have obviously lawyers, accountants, engineers, on, technology. So thinking about the institutions themselves as employers, but thinking also externally and internally around what is the role between higher ed, community colleges, and employers. We studied employer engagement in higher ed, and we found misalignments in culture, structure, and incentives between colleges and employers that make employer engagement really difficult. So if we want internships to be the norm, we have to address those misalignments intentionally. And in our report, which I think was shared with you, if not, we will share it with you, the folks that we talked to also shared their insights on how they have been navigating this. And there's a myriad of ways I found really insightful. I won't go through them all because there's a lot. But to tackle some of the high level, the three buckets around culture. First, colleges have to recognize their role as talent strategy partners, not just like simply narrowly education providers, and the connection between education and work. So employer engagement can work differently when there's a mutual benefit where employers see stronger pipelines and reduce hiring risk. And that's what we hear from employers a lot is they want internships, not because interns are like super productive and are adding a lot of value to their bottom line, but they think about it as a recruitment strategy to help them find the best talent. And then colleges align their programs with regional workforce demand. And I appreciate Pete's comment about California's regional diversity and thinking that this work really has to be supported with a regional exoskeleton for the work. And it can't live in one office. Oftentimes we think about a career center, sort of on the outskirts of a campus, lightly staffed, they review resumes and do mock interviews. Career readiness has to be a campus-wide responsibility that everyone is thinking about what is their connection to supporting students and getting jobs. And some people may mention, well, not every student is thinking about their labor market outcomes or economic mobility. Sure, that's fine. But I think we don't need to design for that student. We can design for the students that really need this and need this support, and the other students can then benefit too. So this has to be cultural and not siloed. And the leadership of the Board of Governors obviously is key to setting that culture, that tone of what matters in colleges, along with obviously students who are already clamoring for this, faculty, presidents. Second, structure. Regional and sector-based structures are essential. The community colleges have been leading the way with this since before strong workforce, when California community colleges said, we're not just going to have a single statewide strategy where everyone has the same sectors, or even that we have sectors. But so leaning into this regional and sector-based structure, employers won't respond to fragmented outreach from over 100 individual colleges, or even if you are the lone college in your community, from sort of fragmented outreach from multiple people on campus. That's really challenging for employers. And also the one-on-one individual relationships make it really challenging when that person leaves. So thinking about how do we deepen that structurally. I'm happy to talk some more about or share some of the work that we've been doing in Central LA with 3 community colleges, Compton, El Camino, and West LA, around how do we center a culture of career readiness campus-wide. And right now we're in the 3rd or 4th year of this work. They're focusing on how do they work collaboratively to set up shared work-based learning opportunities for students. So exactly the type of work that you guys are talking about here. But this is the infrastructure logic that enables internships at scale. And then I'll flag another key part of the structure is our state now has a new coordinating entity that's not just a higher ed coordinating entity, but has close ties and a mission towards workforce value. So as this entity rolls out, the community colleges should really be thinking about how do you direct and leverage this the California Education Interagency Council to support this kind of work. Because I do think, I appreciate the community colleges leading the way, but we've got to bring along the other systems to make this at the core of their work too. Like how amazing would that be? So thinking about that piece. And then the state's cradle to career data system is also another key partner. I know the community colleges are already working towards how do you collect data on work-based learning, and I appreciate that work so much. And I think this can inform what's happening in the other segments and then gets into the cradle to career data system. So another place that the community colleges can really be leading. And then finally, incentives. There's obviously financial incentives. The state has put a lot of money into trying to encourage work-based learning in many, many different ways, from apprenticeships, the Learning Aligned Employment Program, et cetera. But money alone obviously isn't enough. We need to think about incentives. What incentives do faculty have? And I do think as former faculty have a very key role around designing and connecting work-based learning to the programs of study. So what incentives do faculty have around doing this work? What about presidents? What about students? What about coordinators, the boards of trustees? So thinking through where are the incentives and how do you get people to care about this in their day-to-day work? So I will end my comments with that, but I'm very excited about this work that you guys are embarking on and leading the way around.
That we are embarking on. Before I invite the board to comment, I'd love to take a poll quickly on the entire room to see how many of us have had internships, and hopefully those internships have changed our professional and personal lives. So very much preaching to the choir on how important this is. So I'll take board questions and comments now. Member De La Fuente.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a couple of questions, but just a couple ideas. You know, we're the largest education system, 2.1 million students. If you think about what our estimated alumni base for our system would probably be 12 to 15 million. That means that 1 out of every 3 Californians are connected to our system. We are not only fast track for students, but also a talent. We have the largest talent pool you can imagine. So if we give people internships, they get employed. Eventually, they may turn back and help somebody else in the California community college system. What can we do to leverage our alumni and create like a job board, or a lot of schools have their alumni directory, maybe not because of sensitive with data, but just focused on getting jobs, internships, kind of like a CC, workforce job placement. I think that's incredible numbers. There's a power in numbers. I think we can do something there. So now I go to my question. Where are the primary sources of getting internships coming from in your system?
That is a great question. And I will say, I don't know. I don't think we know at the state level. I will say that there is current legislation that would enhance wage records so that we would have more information on the types of jobs people have, including whether or not a job is a internship or not. So we'd have better data to understand where students are getting it. I think campuses could know as they're building out this MIS system, the community colleges, to be able to track this better. But again, it is if the student gets it through the institution or lets the institution know, but a lot of internships happen outside of the institution.
Thank you. We have member Villavicencio, Williams, Costa, and Corral.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the discussion that we're having, because I feel like as a faculty member who teaches political science, and my industry is government, my goal is to get my students into jobs. And it doesn't necessarily have to be government jobs too, right? To really broaden it out. But I wanted to share with you some of the programs I think that we are successfully doing in our department. And also it addresses a little bit of what board member De La Fuente talks about. So we're part of the Pathway to Law program. The California Bar Association, we established that over a decade ago. My colleagues is in fact in charge of it and secured a $200,000 grant. And what we've done is we've partnered with the San Joaquin County Bar Association and with law firms in the area, including the California Rural Legal Assistance, and partnered that money to, in fact, have them hire our students as interns. And it's been very, very successful that they draw upon our students. Obviously, we have internships with the public defender's office, the DA's office, paralegals, because we have that built in. It's a lot of work, though. Don't get me wrong. You have to go beyond the comfort zone within, obviously, your department. You have to reach out to the community, which is very important. And I think I'm very, very happy that our department, again, my colleague, I'll shout him out, Dr. Joel Blank, does a really good job of doing this for our students. On the political side of things, obviously, we have connections with our local elected officials. Once again, I think it's doing the community work, going beyond our campus community to really find these partnerships in place. As you mentioned, the way that we incentivize it as faculty is we have the ability to provide internships in terms of our curriculum. And incentivizing it that way. It's already built in that we have classes depending on their internship and the number of units, the number of hours they fulfill with that internship, how many units we can offer them. That again is a great way for me, in fact, to teach them professional development. They come to us and we check in with their internship, and that again, they're not just doing work that, let's just be frank, we understand this. Sometimes it's menial work that's given to them and it's not directly aligned to skills. And it's important that is also aligned. So I think there's a lot of opportunities here with advisory bodies. I know our CTE programs have advisory bodies and industry experts. That's, again, an opportunity, I think, to expand internship opportunities. Speaking of alumni, we've tapped into my alumni. In fact, we last semester, we brought them to the Capitol and to the Chancellor's office, and I organized our alumni who are actually working in advocacy and our Capitol fellows and so grateful for the chancellor's office staff to house us there. But we had a panel for our current political science students to learn from our alumni. So we are in fact trying to tie in that alumni network directly into our program. And I think there is a lot of untapped potential with our alumni who can come back and serve as mentors. And I think when you think about internships, mentorship is key, goes hand in hand. If there's a way, again, to connect that, I think that's going to be very, very helpful. And lastly, my personal experience, my first internship was with a member of Congress, Tom Lantos, who passed away a number of years ago. And I was a high school student. And I will tell you, he opened the door for me, if I may share a quick personal story. I consider myself a first-generation student because I'm an immigrant to this country. My family never knew how to navigate college. And they told me that if you want to go to a university, you need to find a way to finance it. So I applied for the U.S. Army ROTC scholarship that required a congressional letter of recommendation. And I thought a staffer would just write it for me. Nope. He pulled me aside, sat me in his office, got to learn more about me and my family. And he wrote my letter of recommendation personally, which got me into the program at UC Davis. So happy for him. And I told him when I got the scholarship, I can't receive it. Why? Because I wasn't a US citizen at the time. And you know what he did? He decided to use his power as a member of Congress to take me and my family, because we know there's a backlog to become citizens. And he put me at the head of the line. And I became a citizen because of him. And in a way, I share this with you because this is to me what public service is all about, the work that we do. How do we wield our power to better the lives of people? And that is one example that has resonated with me in my life and has changed the course of my family's life through an internship, through a political internship. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity here that we can gain. We can touch so many students' lives. And I just wanted to share that with you. I think these are success stories. And sometimes we don't see it, but it's happening every day in our system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Villavicencio. Member Williams, Costa, then Corral.
Well, first, I want to thank the Chancellor and team for making this a subject of the retreat. One question that I have is, what might we gain if we kind of look at the work-based learning continuum? Because internships is just one of the ways to earn work experience. And to his question about the data, if we just talk about internships, we're going to miss data from all of the students that are in College Corps that are getting volunteer experience. There's all of the work that's happening around apprenticeships. There's student-led enterprises, there's school-led enterprises, and just a whole range of things in the work-based learning continuum. And a lot of it does happen on our campuses now. And so if we start with that broader framework and make sure that we're kind of building our logic model around, because there's a lot of stuff already happening, is the point. And then the partnerships part you talked about, sometimes I feel helpless here because I feel like as a board, we preach to the choir a lot. We don't necessarily have the opportunity to talk to the members of the workforce boards or the Board of Regents, all of these folks that are involved in the part that's outside of our control. And, so it would be nice to be able to, because we make these comments, right? I don't even know if they watch these meetings, and we need 7 regents or somebody to just, because you never understand their side or what they're dealing with. So I don't know, okay, well, how are we gonna move the needle if we just keep talking to ourselves? And so, we need to be able to have a policy, or I think we should be able to have a policy discussion. And I know y'all as administrators are doing it, but from us, it doesn't feel like we're helping with really moving the needle. We're talking to our counterparts. And so I'd like to be able to figure out, well, what is the appropriate way to do that? But again, my main point was to get to the data question using that broader framework, the whole work-based learning continuum. There's a whole framework for that. And then making sure that we're capturing all of this stuff, because there's stuff happening on campuses. And so we just need to be able to figure out how to tell the story. And then if there's gaps, then we should be able to figure that out if we have all of the data that's a part of this conversation. And last, again, I'd like to be able to talk to some of the other policymakers. I know you already have an MOU in place with the State Workforce Board, but like, are we asking them to, fund something? Are we looking at K-12 in dual enrollment and figuring out how they can get work-based learning and then continue into our system? And so I just would like the opportunity to be able to have those kind of conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Costa, Member Correll, then Vice President Rawlings.
Since we're all telling our personal internship stories, I will share mine, which is I worked throughout college, as many of our students do. I did food service on campus. I did babysitting, anything to kind of piece it together. Towards the end of my college career, I was like, politics, this is it. This is what I want to do. And my boyfriend, now husband at the time, his father said, I'm going to get you an interview with a local assembly member. And so I interviewed, I was so excited, and they're like, we'd love to have you. And as anybody in politics knows, there are not paid internships in politics. And I remember, this is going to date me, I needed $100 a month to make it work. And I asked if they would pay me, and they said, we're sorry, we don't really offer that. I'm going to cry. So my father-in-law said, hey, I found a group that will pay for you to do it. So I started getting my check. And years later, I figured out it was my father-in-law. He was paying me $100 a month because he believed in me. And it completely changed my life, my whole trajectory. And I guess what I just wonder is, how do we scale this as a system? Because what I hear is a lot of wonderful, bright points in our districts, or individuals like my father-in-law who helped me. But I do think we have the ability as a system to scale this and to potentially have MOUs with broader, international and national companies, and maybe helping provide some technical assistance to our districts so that they know kind of how to develop these partnerships and how to really supervise the students as they're in these internships. Because I talked earlier about social capital. Internships are totally about building social capital and inserting people who may not have the means to be in those rooms and in those connections, and get them there. And for a lot of times, I think it is the ability, somebody said, to take the theoretical and make it practical and realize, yeah, guess what? This is what I want to do. And it's really, I think, transformative for students. So I'm looking at the chancellor, because I'm wondering if there's a way for us to scale this, to help kind of amplify the good work that some of our districts are already doing.
Board Member Costa, I don't think I've ever seen you get emotional. So thank you for just completely being you. This is an important topic. Team members over there, raise your hands. That's my team over there. All of you, raise your hands. We are committing to you, we're committing to the rest of the board that this is an important initiative. And as board members Epstein and Williams finalize the directives at the end of the session, we are looking at real demonstration projects. We're looking at, Kevin Trutna doesn't know this yet, but he's going to go on the show on the road, because colleges, Dr. Trutna tapped into his own college resources and prioritized. So I think looking at repurposing dollars, looking at partnerships, everything that you said. So we're tackling it in a big way. And I just appreciate everyone's comments. I appreciate the comment that this is life-changing, and that's what community colleges are all about. Thank you.
Right. Member Correll, Vice President Rawlings, Member De La Fuente, Member Brown.
Thank you. This is a really I like everyone's sentiments that this is a really wonderful conversation. I was sort of wanting to kind of take a step back on this discussion a bit. And I'm going to just share some thoughts, and maybe we'll pull together a question here. But
my job tends to focus a lot on what is the future going to look like with artificial intelligence. And I think the one thing that we are seeing for sure is that a lot of the lower level entry level, like the one thing we know for sure is that the lower level entry level skills that you develop in your career early on are being completely automated and probably going away fairly quickly. And at the same time, what we're hearing is that internships and a lot of that skill-based development that happens early on is the thing that really sets you on a path, not because you maybe get a skill. I think about my DC internship experience. I used to fax things into the State Department. I learned to to do mass faxing, not useful now, but it was the relationships that I built, right? And I think that that is something that we cannot lose. So I'm almost curious about, one, how do we think about internships in a different way in this moment where it is where we need the social, the maybe the basic skills are not needed. How do we design those programs at scale? Yes, but really think about it in that way, because what I guess the other thing I'm sort of grappling with is we tend to think of internships as for a particular kind of audience, someone who is early in their career finishing a degree. But what we're also going to be needing is a lot of these, to board member Williams' point, a lot of these work-based learning opportunities for individuals that need reskilling. And those internships are also going to be critical for them. And so I don't know what I have a lot of thoughts there in piecing, but I would love your reactions on how you're thinking about how do we re-engineer what we think an internship is, not just for who we thought it was, and then how do we keep a lot of the social based learning in a new kind of model of internship so that that networking, which is so critical, is still alive and thriving when a lot of the basic skills development is no longer as necessary because we have all these tools kind of taking that aspect of it. Hopefully that makes, but there you go. What do y'all think?
Can I field a couple of ideas? I don't know if I have any answers per se, but I want to throw a couple of ideas back. Love the way you're thinking about this. One, I would say the research that Strata's doing now, my team on employer alignment, talking with employers, collecting large scale survey data, generalizable survey data from employers says that the durable skills, we think those human skills are going away, the demand for them, critical thinking skills, the ability to write and compute and calculate and so on, communication, working on a team. Ironically, even in the face of AI, or maybe in part because of the face of AI, the durable skills that you're describing actually are in greater demand. That is not diminishing for employers. That is still the thing that they say they struggle the most to get from their employees. Now, of course, what an internship allows colleges to do, or allows employers to do, and the students themselves to do, is to further develop those skills in the context of a specific employer, or maybe employer context, if I can use that word twice, and a particular kind of industry or particular type of job, so that they have more than just general durable skills. They have durable skills in this kind of environment as applied here. And by the way, I think I can beat you on the faxing, because in high school, I remember one of my teachers had a mimeograph machine. So that goes way back. Don't touch it. There's ink everywhere. So that was the first thing. The other thing that I think I'm very eager to see, one thing I love about the community colleges writ large, and I've been doing research on community colleges and non-selective or less selective institutions for 25 years. I actually worked for the chancellor's office at one point during graduate school as a researcher, and then have continued to engage with the chancellor's office for, I think, a quarter century now. I feel very fortunate to be able to do that and to know so many top-notch people. And the beauty of the community colleges everywhere, but especially in California, is that employer alignment is not a bad word or phrase. It's in many universities, this idea that we're providing education that should be responsive to employers is kind of, I don't want to say quite anathema, but definitely questionable. And having been a faculty member at the University of Michigan for 16 years, we redesigned our curriculum more times than I can count. And I don't remember that employers' needs ever came up in those conversations. So the fact that the community colleges are always thinking about employer needs and how to make sure that the colleges are poised to provide an education that is responsive to the labor market is the sort of the key, I think, but the foundation of all of the success. And then the last thing I would say is I hope that, I know that there's some work on this already happening in California among the community colleges. But more than I think a concern about jobs being lost to AI, my bigger concern, the one that causes me anxiety, is that we are pushing students out into the world who don't have training on or don't have education about how to use AI effectively in their jobs, and to how to sort of navigate the AI-based tools that are proliferating in ways that are directly applicable to the work that they're doing. So my hope is that the colleges will continue to think about how to strengthen that level of preparation for students, so that as they go out into the world, they know their base skills, they know their durable skills, their occupation-specific skills, but they also have their AI skills for how to navigate that. Hope that wasn't too far off base.
Perfect. Thank you. Vice President Rawlings, then Member De La Fuente, Member Brown.
All right. So I am an employer of interns. I had about 15 interns in fall semester, and I've got about a half a dozen or so coming up starting this week in spring. And funded partly through the Strong Workforce program that we have through our CTE programs and the Workforce Pathways work that we do with the K-12 system. And it's a lot of work. Especially with that number of them, I thankfully have a great team of other permanent employees that help coach them and supervise them and kind of work on special projects with them. So really digging into the level of detail that they need in order to, as Peter just mentioned, go out of this with the real durable skills as well as the occupational skills, and added onto that some opportunities for real networking is really key. And so, as a supervisor, trying to braid those together for them in a way that's meaningful takes a lot of effort. But then once you invest in that effort and create a system and a pattern within your organization, it becomes easier. It's not easy, but it becomes easier, especially if you have a team to help support it. So, my question to you all really is, how do you demystify maybe what it takes to be a supervisor, especially if you're not in an academic institution like I am, and make the expectations real for those employers, and then being able to do it on a scale like President Trenton's doing up at Feather River. Any suggestions on that, and maybe how we can communicate it, maybe market the idea of the internships? We find some great people, and we also find folks that identify that the career that they did their internship isn't actually for them, and that they need to pivot, right? Which is equally valuable for those students. What recommendations might you have on how we might approach that?
I'm not an expert, but I'll just give you my observations. I think it has to be purposeful. So when we do our work, it's more than just, I've worked as a custodian, worked as a window washer, and it was, here's the building you're cleaning, go do it. And you figured it out and you got yelled at if you didn't do it right and did it better. But when we send our students out for internships, I'm going to use my daughter as an example. She would an internship for the Forest Service. She had an assignment every week, and she does not work for the Forest Service, did not want to do it. But she had an assignment. One was to reflect upon communication. She had to talk to her employer about communication skills. She had to have a resume, had to have her employer look over the resume 1 week. So there was a series of lessons, if you will, that they had to do every week. But what she learned out of that, and it's kind of funny, and I joke about it, and she's not working for the Forest Service. She's in a completely different field. But here's an 18 and 19-year-old girl working for the Forest Service. By the end of the summer, she was given the green truck. She was given a credit card to go get gas. She was given a run to go do. She was a crayfish specialist of all things. She had to go up the river to go measure the crayfish, set the traps. She learned how to measure them, weigh them if they were pregnant, because they were invasive, and then to write the reports. And so she learned all these soft skills. I think that's kind of half of it. How to communicate. Hey, the truck's out of gas. And I said, Allison, they don't give every 18-year-old a Forest Service truck. She says, oh yeah, Dad, you just don't know. I'm like, no, somebody saw something in you with leadership, with skills, with authority, with responsibility. And that's what was developed out of that internship. Mm-hmm. I think that's the important part, but it's because of those weekly skills and purposefulness, not just here's a job to go wash windows like I had. There was a purposefulness for what she was doing, and you have to create those relationships. Answer some of the other questions. I don't think this is a matter of let's throw money at colleges to go get students at working on campus. There has to be a purposefulness to it and an intentionality, and then what skills are they developing, whether it's the soft skills or the technical skills. That's the bridge that for the policy is the magic bullet, whether it's internships, work experience, whatever it is. That's the magic sauce.
So building on that a little bit, how do you then take what we might be doing at some of our colleges and get private industry to really be interested in jumping on? They're going to recognize that there's value in having interns and having that recruitment pathway, right? But then if they're not clear on what the demand is of their supervisors, they might be a little shy, right? So how do we demystify some of that with them?
If you ask a chiropractor if you need an adjustment, the answer is always going to be yes. And so you're asking a researcher about something, and so it's always going to be research is always my answer. And this is how you write research papers. You always end them with more questions, just kind of keep the wheel turning. But I would say we need a lot more work in this area, right? There's opportunity in California, as I mentioned, tremendous data sources here, growing data sources to be able to demonstrate empirically on a large scale how profitable, beneficial, profitable, it's not a bad word, how profitable it is for employers, both in terms of their retention of their employees, but also the skills in their workforce and so on. That can be demonstrated empirically with research. And I think that's going to be the case making, or that's what I envision the case making is to employers. This is the reward that is likely to come from your investment of time, treasure, and talent in internships.
And to build off of that, I would say to talk to non-higher ed employers about this. One thing we found from our research was that what community colleges and what higher ed felt the value they brought, and what employer, like, why do you think employers would want to engage like hire interns, and what employers said was like two circles that never overlapped. So I definitely say, look to the employers to help around that case. And I'll flag another, in the midst of the pandemic, we went to one of our business group partners, the California Business Roundtable, and said, hey, what's going on with employers relevant to higher ed that we should know about and be thinking about? And they were very worried about their internship programs in the pandemic because they were all in person. And that concern was because this is how we hire. And we don't know how we're going to hire State Farm, the next set of, insurance agents, if we don't have internships. So I'd say, you guys don't have to figure it all out. Ask your partners, like, hey, how do I do this? And they will let you know, because it's important to them too.
De La Fuente, Brown, Perry, LeGrand.
Well, this is my hometown, so we're talking about hometown. Probably have a few ghosts there in Hotel Del with your great grandfather. But I think one of the first day I had my job with my uncle, I had to sell cars. We had a dealership in El Cajon, and about 10 minutes into the first day on my job, you get in the car and sell the car. I was like, I don't know anything about the car. Don't say that. You say you'll find out. So the lady was like, well, do you know about this? Do you know what size engine? I'll find out. That's a great question. Is it a nice car? Do you know if this has a third seat? Oh, that's a great question. Let me find out for you. But isn't it a nice car? Look at the view. And I got to sell my first car in the first day in the first 10 minutes. So I always try not to answer I don't know, but I'll find out. So what I'd like to find out is, if I'm an employer, how do I post a job? How do I post a job to hire a student today? Do I have to go to each individual college? Is there a system that I can just, say, look, I'm looking for someone in San Diego, someone in property manager. I'm looking for an office manager in San Francisco. I think, we engage with those large corporations, but there's so many small businesses, and they have a need and they don't know how either. So what do we have a system, or how would, let's say someone like myself, how would I post a job offer or an internship?
You have such great questions. There's not a good system. I think there's a number of ways. There's a number of like bespoke products that have developed for the community colleges around this, like Earn and Learn. There's LinkedIn. There's higher ed uses Handshake a lot. Indeed, it's big, it's messy, and I think it's particularly tough for small employers. And the complications around, internships is a special employment type too. You're supposed to be providing a developmental, instructional, employment. It's not just you're hiring a person who happens to also be in college. So There's a reason why this is probably not very widespread, because it's internships integrated into program studies, because it's not easy work, to be clear. There's a lot of hurdles to be tackled, but I'm excited that you guys are taking it on, and these are exactly the right type of questions.
Yeah, and to follow up, you have I look at a college, let's say someone goes to a community college, it's like a filter. I don't necessarily trust Monster or one of these big job sites. So it's almost like there's a trust factor there. So if I know that someone's been vetted and they've been trained at the California Community College, I'm more likely to want to hire them because I have some type of familiarity. I think we need to make it easy for employers. They want to save time and they have a need, and everyone's always complaining. And in the business community, oh, I can't find somebody. Oh, this person just quit. The new generation, they're quitting, and they always want a promotion every 2-3 months. And they really have a need, and they just don't know how to match that. So if we can, put our heads together and make it easy, I would just put ourselves in the position of the student, but also the employer, and think, hey, how do I get this happening? Now, one little addition is, to get jobs, but I've been in Bay Area recently, and I was talking with someone yesterday, and there's so many incubators. So is there anything we can try to connect these students who want to become an entrepreneur with incubators or something like that? So you look at Y Combinator, someone will get about $500K. By the time they finish the 3-month Y Combinator, they get a $6 million in capital at a $20 million valuation. And I recently met some 22, 23-year-olds, and I was like, have you ever had a job? No, this is my first job. So I would also take a look at the entrepreneurial angle, because there's so many great incubators here in California. They're the best of the best. So there's a Y Combinator, there's Plug and Play, a lot of data. There's a professor out of Stanford, Ilya Strebulev, that studies unicorns, and he dissects where the unicorns come from, either from school, from a major, from incubator, from VC investor. So maybe there's something there. So thank you.
Thank you, Member De La Fuente. Brown, Perry, LeGrand, Williams.
Like, I think almost everyone in this room raised their hand to tell a person, or to say that they've themselves had an internship. I definitely wouldn't be where I am today if it was not for being a Cal State graduate student here in San Diego and learning about an internship program called SEDICA. It was an extremely high quality program. And because I was at the time employed at a UC doing outreach to K-12, imagine, see, I'm touching all the systems all at once during that time period. I worked from like 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. doing outreach for the UC to the San Diego K-12 district. And then I would go over to the community college from like 4 to 6. And because of my schedule, actually, they had to be really flexible with me. Usually they would assign an up-and-coming counselor to one particular counselor to work with, but counselors tend to only work one evening a week. So that means I got to work with every counselor, and I got to see how they did. That's what made me have the breadth of knowledge that I have now. That absolutely was a foundation that a brand new counselor getting hired into the system would never get that level of training. When I got hired into my full-time job, I got to shadow someone for 2 days. So yeah, talk about throwing people into a sink or swim situation. So I'm thinking about this concept that we've been talking about of high quality. And before I come around to my question about that, I actually, your comment, Board Member Villavicencio, made me think of high quality programs that I was helping coordinate to help place students into research experiences for undergraduates. These tend to be federally funded. And there was one student that applied from a community college and wanted to do the program. And thanks to my training, I knew not to give this student funding from the federal government because of their particular status. You have to be a US citizen or a permanent resident. They had another status that's just not eligible for those funds. And so the students still wanted to do the program, but I had to tell them, well, Every other student's going to get $5,000 and you're going to get zero. And they said, I still want to do it. And they did. After they completed that program, the faculty member that they were working with found them a year-long work opportunity using state funds. And then after that student graduated, they got hired into a company that helped them finalize their citizenship process. Those kind of opportunities won't happen if people are not well trained in how to work with all kinds of students, and making sure it's just as important not to give a student money they should not get. So I'm wondering about how can we train everyone who's going to be working with the students on what does a high quality internship experience look like? How can we reach the most vulnerable students, whether that's because of their immigration status or because they're in a rural area? How do we do that? Because I don't want to end up having people push people into whatever, just like with dual enrollment, right? We don't want it to be helter skelter, whatever. We want it to really be of value and really helps push the students along. The second thing I'm thinking about, or it's probably the eighth thing by now, is someone mentioned something, I think it was you too, board member Villavicencio, about the advisories that we have and this working with our industry partners. But on the liberal arts side, I think the reason why those two circles are so separate is because we don't have that connection. Our CTE faculty have been doing that forever, but our liberal arts faculty have never had a conversation with their counterparts at the UC or the Cal State, let alone industry. So there's a big structural flaw here. So how do we fix that structural flaw so that our liberal arts faculty are also becoming more connected to pathways, careers, and building quality internship experiences, which we all see. And I'm a career counselor, so you know this is near and dear to my heart. Is so essential for student success. So this is directed to anyone who wants to answer any of the 10 million things I just brought up. Thank you.
I'll throw out a couple of thoughts. I will flag again. I think this work is like anything that's worth doing can be very hard to do. So I think these are like surfacing these questions that have to be fleshed out and figured out, really critical. The community colleges, though, you guys have rolled out a lot of statewide initiatives that have been complicated. So I even think just looking back at those and look at what was successful, what wasn't, why was it successful, why did it struggle, and how do we learn from this? Because in some ways it's no different than other efforts in trying to train sounds like too simple, but like bring along folks to do really hard work that's different than they've ever done it, in a way that's different than they've ever done it. Thinking about what I know about the sort of what's happening in the community colleges, like IEPI, right, could be a strategy you could leverage around sort of supporting folks to do this work on campuses. There are a lot of people across the nation who are thinking about this, I feel like much more granularly than I at Cal Competes are thinking about, sort of like, what do you need to have on the ground on campuses? I'm also happy to connect with, you have colleges here at the table, the colleges we're working with in Central LA around how they've transitioned from their campuses to be a campus-wide responsibility. We've done research with those campuses and have memos that are public that I can also share around specific things that are specific to those colleges, but I think are pretty universal in some ways. And then it will take time, I think, to shift culture and to build relationships with employers. You're not going to be able to do every program of study. And thinking specifically around the liberal arts, one thing that I think about is, particularly as I think about coming from the faculty view, which is where I was, is that we may not think about the like more liberal arts programs as being like vocationally oriented unless you begin to think about faculty roles, which I feel like when I was at the university, it was like I worked for a sociologist in undergrad as a research assistant, which is work-based learning. And one of my things that I did in that role was I got out the books of like the American Sociological Association and saw, where did all the grad students go? Where did all these grad students go and get jobs? Because they cared about jobs, but they didn't think about it as like vocational or professionally oriented. So I think it's just sort of like opening people's perspectives around what happens to students after they leave our institutions. even though it may not be as defined as like a nursing student in an RN program getting a job as an RN.
I would just add to that maybe a simplifying set of principles, and one would a simplifying principle, and it would be to distinguish between what's needed at the bottom at the faculty level, which is buy-in and skills, and what's needed from the top, which is structure and communication about available internships and so on. I don't think individual faculty in the liberal arts and other fields will develop relationships with employers inevitably, and probably have them, many of them do now. But the bulk of the internship opportunities, I think, are going to come from that structure that's created at the top, the chancellor's office and the system level coming down to communicate that, to build those relationships and make sure that they can be seen and identified. And then the faculty themselves are acting to support the efforts of the students securing and learning through their internship programs.
Thank you very much, Perry, then LeGrand.
So my political internship, I learned how to get a good night's sleep in a closet for an entire month, how to subsist on M&Ms, and how to drive on ice in Des Moines in February. The only one of those I've carried through is I can still subsist on chocolate for endless periods of time. But I'm going to hearken way back to a comment that Member Williams said that may not seem germane to this discussion, but you sort of talked about the lack of dialogue between the three systems. And I do actually think that that absence of dialogue has informed a lot of the discussion today, in that the assumption of hierarchy, there's an assumption of hierarchy that I think should not, in an ideal world, should not exist. And I'm going to take what you said as a motion to move that we plan a sit down with all three, the CSUs and the regents and the community colleges, to talk through some of these issues, with no sense that we'll get agreement, but we will begin a dialogue. And as I understand it, that used to happen back in the day. And again, I think a lot of the issues we've talked about today could be moved ahead and improved upon by something as simple as some dialogue that would sort of start to erode the separate but equal part of our separate but unequal part of our educational constitution. So I'm seconding your motion. Okay.
Thank you.
I second that emotion. What's that? Yeah.
Thank you, Member Perry. I think back to the time when you and I actually went to CSUN to talk about the work of the community colleges. So we should absolutely do that again, or reconvene this conversation in another setting.
No, we were dazzling. I think we should do it again.
Absolutely dazzling. That is correct. I will call on Member LeGrand next.
I don't really have a question, but I do have a couple of comments. So we're going to have another version of internships that we may not have thought about, and that's as we build more student housing, our RAs are on internships. And one of the things that I remember from working at Cal for 35 years is that I'd have employers calling me all the time wanting to know, can I get a list of your RAs? And I'd be like, why? Well, because they've learned things that I don't have the time to teach them on the job. Team building, conflict resolution, critical thinking, crisis management. And those are all the things that RAs learn in our systems when they're working in student housing. So it's going to be important to not lose sight of that. The second thing is the Career Center at Berkeley reported to me as well. And so I did spend a lot of time sometimes talking to employers. And one of the things that they liked about a centralized system or center was because they were cutting back on resources, didn't have a lot of people out there to do job recruitment, number one. Number two, they didn't just want to go engineering or the business school because they needed HR people, or they needed some people with some sociology skills. And if they went to an academic unit that's all they did was business, they didn't pick up the people who might have a psychology major or something like that, which is what they needed in other parts of their organization, not just the technical expertise of that particular industry, because we can teach for that, but there's some of these other things that's not within our wheelhouse. So I just don't want us to lose sight that there are other opportunities out there that we have to think about and that our students are getting trained on. And many times students don't even know that. We have to bring it to their attention because they don't sometimes see themselves in these roles or actually even learning anything. But I often say, I think I learned more outside the classroom from the experiences that I had than I did in the classroom. And I think part of who I became as an individual and an administrator was based on that out of the classroom experience and what that really taught me, from whether it was working on a crisis suicide line as part of my academic major or any other thing that I might have been involved in that really kind of framed my work ethic. And then I went to Disneyland and worked for a while and learned a whole new set of customer service skills that I was actually able to employ at the Berkeley campus as I was running student housing, and how we would treat our students as guests and not as necessarily just clients that are paying rent in order to be here. And it took a lot to reorient our custodial staff and reordering our food service staff about these students pay a lot of money to live with us. And so I need you to step up your A game, and you're not going to be, I built a facility that was a display kitchen kind of concept. So no longer were you behind the 1960s kitchen and nobody could see you, and the students thought we were serving you mystery meat. So now they can see the mystery meat and know that it's actually not mystery meat, but they're actually people back there doing the real work. So I just don't want us to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and that there are other unintended skills that people are maybe not unintended. There's things that we don't necessarily think about as providing internships that may not be in the traditional sense, I guess. And if our housing, if you get room and board for free, that's a paid internship that many of our students really need to help them get through.
I will say that we are all in hot water with our acting general counsel, Jake Knapp, for making motions on informational items, just FYI. So he will have a few stern words for us later.
That was just it was a suggestion, not a motion. Okay, I just want to clarify.
I will say that I think we have to place a lot of value in getting our students workforce ready faster. With the speed of change, the speed of technology, that we can't afford to do sequential experiences and sequential training. The beautiful thing about internships and other ways that we're able to learn is that this is taking our time and making it multi-purpose. So I think when we think back to what our system can do, it's to scale things like this, to set up pilots and best practices so that we can make use of our time and the students can make use of their time in a lot better way than just doing it sequentially. So that was what I was saying in the beginning about making our time multi-purpose and not multitasking. We can't do discrete things stacked on each other. All right, since I think the whole board spoke twice, we will now entertain public comment. It was powerful, though.
The public comment period on item 3.3 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, there are no in-person comments on this item, but I will turn over to my colleague for virtual remarks.
I do have one hand raised. Marta Tire Rodriguez, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm so impressed by all the stories that I heard. So I'm a San Diego Mesa College student. I'm in the Mesa Impactship program since summer 2024. This is my last semester in Mesa College, and my major is biology, and I've been doing 5 times internships in Mesa. I did internship in SDSU in Marine and Coastal Sciences for a summer. I did also internship in the Bird Alliance Association, and last semester I did the most amazing internship. I was intern in Scripps in Institution of Oceanography, and I was the only undergrad in that lab. And just because the amazing team of Mesa Impactship that gave me the opportunity to start there, so I'm really, really grateful of that. And this semester I'm doing 2 internships. So I get recruited by the San Diego Mesa College Foundation. So I'm doing that 2 internships right now. And I just can say that thank you for these opportunities of have someone who can say like, oh, this student is really good, can help to your team. So now I'm able to have a lot of networking opportunities, to have a lot of experience. And of course, like the money that I get is really, really helpful because I'm not like able to work. So this is so helpful to me for pay gas, for pay groceries. So yeah. I'm just gonna say that all the work that you guys are doing, all the work that Mesa Impact Ship is doing, is just helping me to be a better human for the future and preparing me for work. So thank you so much.
We do have another hand that just was raised. Elisa Marcanel, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for making the time, and thank you so much for speaking on such an amazing topic. It speaks a lot to my heart because I actually graduated from Irvine Valley College back in 2022. And in 2020, it was really, really, really hard to get internships. I worked at LinkedIn for my first iteration, just trying to scrape out there. And my life changed when I did a city internship. It was through a program called Nexus Edge. And essentially, I mean, because of it, my dream was to become an investment banker. And I'm sure you know, banking is a very, very elitist industry. And I was told, like, hey, you know, you might not be of the right profile by even my professors. But because I did the internship with Citi, and because I was able to work with students all across the California community colleges and essentially build a credit card, be mentored by individuals that have $70 billion worth of like credit card building experience, I was able to be the first ever investment banking intern to come out of a community college in the nation. And I mean, I'm very, very proud of that. And I'm just really happy that this is becoming a normality within the community colleges. 150,000 internships is just an amazing goal. And I mean, now I work for Nexus Edge. I really, really care about this mission and I volunteer there after my full-time job at Amazon. So I'm just really happy. Oh,
We did have another hand raised. Would you like me to go to that one as well?
Go ahead, Gary.
Alex Berry, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Berry. I'm the Associate Dean for Career Education at San Diego Mesa College, and I have the pleasure of leading the Mesa Impactship program. And you just heard from one of our students, and we're just wanted to say thank you today for your focus as a system on this topic. At Mesa College in 2022, we launched the Mesa Impactship program with the simple vision of offering an internship, a paid internship to every student who wishes to engage in one in their time at Mesa College. Annually, we serve over 30,000 students a year. So as you can imagine, it's a tall order. This year, we'll be serving 350 interns across various industries and working with over 200 employer partners in our region. And so just wanted to say thank you and to offer our support and assistance as you have this conversation and really supporting and allowing all of our students across the 116 colleges in the system access paid internship opportunities. So thank you again. It's been a very rich conversation and we look forward to partnering with you in this work.
There are no other hands raised.
Hello. We're good? Okay. Over to you, Jake.
Thank you, President Aguinaldo. Members of the board, item 2.1 is approval of contracts and grants. You have only one grant on today's agenda. And Member Epstein assured me over lunch that he didn't have any questions. I know he's a man of his word. So the only grant on today's agenda.
You can't hold me to ex parte contract.
That's true. is a grant with Foothill De Anza. Foothill De Anza administers the California Virtual Campus Exchange, and this grant would enable Foothill De Anza to implement some new technical features on the CVC Exchange and supports some faculty development as well. So if there are any specific questions about the program, program staff can help, but otherwise that's the grant that's before the board for approval.
Member Villavicencio has a question.
Not a question, actually, it's a comment.
Okay,
But
for it.
oh my goodness, getting feedback. Is that okay now? All right. No, I just wanted to actually thank the Chancellor's Office in actually moving this grant forward for De Anza. It is part of our really our global and international education initiative here, and that's obviously near and dear to my my heart, given I'm one of the faculty champions who's trying to expand these transformative experiences for our students. And one of the major issues that obviously we had is these programs are not available equitable for all of our students across the system, and this pilot program will provide opportunities for our students to again take advantage of these opportunities across our system. So this is the very first step to that, and I'm very pleased that again this investment is going through, and really look forward to the next steps and how we can expand this initiative throughout our system. Again, we have an opportunity to connect with folks internationally, and there's a lot of opportunities there that we can take advantage of. And so that's all I'll have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions from the board? Any public comments?
The public comment on item 2.1 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person remarks and no virtual hands are raised for this item.
Thank you very much, Christina. So this is an action item. We learned our lesson, Jake.
Motion.
I will now take a motion in a second.
Motion.
Who is the motion? Oh, De La Fuente and Haynes. Thank you very much. Christina, may I have the roll, please?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze. Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Amy Costa. Ricardo De La Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand. Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Styrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much, Christina. Thank you very much to our acting general counsel.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we will take a 20-minute break so that we can finalize the reports for the readouts. We will welcome everyone back at 3:15. Thanks, everyone.
There we go.
Girl Scout cookies right here, please.
There you go.
Don't want to take any back to start.
Recording in progress.
All right, welcome back 30 seconds earlier because Pam said so. So this is item 3.4 on our information and reports, where we get to tie everything together and bring all the discussion that we had today into something that is more digestible as an action item. So without further ado, I will flip it over to our section 1 point people. Section 1, I think is that you, Vice President? Oh, that's Member Brown. Member Brown.
Can I see this slide? Is it up? Oh, that's a slide with us on it. That's myself and Amy Costa. I think we can go to the next slide. Okay, so for infrastructure, facilities, technology, and data, the Board of Governors affirms that modern, resilient infrastructure is foundational to student success and directs the Chancellor's Office to prioritize system-wide strategies and policies that sustain and upgrade facilities across all colleges, particularly those serving our rural communities, including targeted pilot investments to model scalable improvements, prioritize the integration of rural serving colleges and other statewide pilot and programmatic opportunities, and to provide access to more Californians. And I wanted to share a comment. I recently read an article about the University of Essex South End campus and this is in the UK, and they sent out a notice. They said a fortnight before Christmas. I'm not sure how many days that is. I'm not used to British English. 2 weeks. 2 weeks prior to Christmas, letting them know they were closing the university. That has an economic impact of £100 million on the surrounding community. We're talking about things like they had a dental clinic that offered free dental services to the community. Similar to Copper Mountain College, the library was also the community library. They had an art gallery. And we think about ourselves as employers and that kind of economic impact, but what about everywhere the students are walking past on their way to class? All the cafes, independent shops. The students are not only customers, but they're also employees of those places and spaces. And so I think we need to think a lot about our infrastructure, our data systems, and our economic impact and how that all ties together. There was a student in the article that said some students have already dropped out and they've taken on debt for something they thought would change their life. One student said his parent was a nursing graduate of that university, and now he's dropping out. Another student in his second year of the nursing course found out the university was closing because he saw an article in the local paper during his shift on his nursing work placement, so while at his internship. He said, "It's a joke. I've lost 2 years of time and money and education. People are devastated." He's a registered disabled student due to Crohn's disease. Commuting to the next nearest university will cost him something like £800 a month in gas. Well, he said petrol. How could he possibly afford that? So this is just an illustration of the same things we're experiencing in California. They said disproportionately poor members of the local community who often have caring responsibilities are those that we're choosing to attend. It's a 2-hour commute each way using public transport. 45 miles away is the next university. And I recently went to the the Community College Baccalaureate Conference. And a concept that I heard there that I would like us to start thinking about and thinking differently about this is that these are not place-bound students, they are place-devoted students. Many of them are either like this student who has disabilities due to illness or caring for themselves. They could be caring for someone elderly, or they may have children. They care, and they go to college because they care. They go to college because they want to make a community impact. That's one of the reasons why all of these students say that they're choosing these pathways, but they cannot do that if the university does not exist, if the facilities don't exist, if the technology does not exist, if the programs that they need don't exist, if the internships that they need don't, right? This all ties together. So I think it's really important that we honor the place-devoted student and that we become more devoted to them as well, to be able to stay where they live, to be able to care for their families. And it should not be an expectation that you have family separation to get an education.
All right. Thank you, Member Brown. We will now go to session 2, baccalaureate, and I will pass it to members Haynes and Perry.
There we go.
I can't read it from that.
I got you.
Okay.
Go.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate you. All right. So this actually needs a preamble. And the preamble, because many of these things, the words really don't capture where we need to go with these words. The preamble, as I am thinking about it, and it's not all put together, but But the question really is, how do we center our students in the rooms where decisions are made and policies are driven? How do we center them where their voices don't get lost? We talk about them with student representatives, and that is wonderful. But in the heat of decision making in those halls of power and in those decision making rooms, sometimes their voices get muffled in that. And sometimes in the heat of the decision, they get forgotten. So when I read this, at the core of this is what I've just said. At the core of this is what we actually need to do. And I realize that even while we're the biggest system in the world, 2.2 million students, and X number of faculty who are invested in our colleges, and communities that are invested in our policies and in the work we do, we have not wielded that power very effectively. And part of that is because we are still operating under a very old system, and which was mentioned earlier today, which is the master plan, which is obsolete, which is 3 segments that were built for a different time and do not. We'd have to. That pyramid was a pyramid like this, and the pyramid now has to be turned completely and flipped over, where the students, the community, are at the top of that, and we need the voices of the UC and the CSU and the K-12 to be working on this with us. And so while these words speak to it, that has to be the container in which we must do this work. So the Board of Governors affirms a bold, comprehensive, both and statewide strategy to accelerate equitable baccalaureate attainment by closing geographic access gaps, especially in rural and university desert regions, strengthening the dual enrollment and ADT to transfer pathways alongside apprenticeship to baccalaureate pipelines, expanding community college baccalaureate degrees in high demand fields, advancing coordinated policy and partnership efforts with K-12 districts and transfer institutions. Those are the CSUs, UC, the independent, and the HBCU, as well as out-of-state partners. That's sort of the last one, but it is the overarching one if we are really serious about making not incremental steps, but long-term change. And we cannot do it unless we reorient ourselves to who we are serving.
That was one hell of a mic drop, Pam, because I'm thinking about, I want to re-elevate what you said, which was we're flipping this pyramid over so that our community is at the top. That is so, so powerful. Thank you for saying that. Okay, session 3 internships. I will flip it over to Vice President Rawlings.
All right. So I'm neither Tom Epstein nor Joseph Williams, but I'm filling in for them. And so on their item here, I think Member Haynes' comments about the need for refocusing and rethinking applies here as well. And I would also take another step to note that the systems we have currently don't necessarily serve all students. And I would argue that not all students are served well even by the Carnegie unit, right? So we have some opportunities to innovate and meet students where they're at. And internships is one of those areas. So here, the Board of Governors affirms the establishment of a robust policy and research infrastructure to deepen and elevate community college policy leadership at both the state and federal levels. and directs continued investment in establishing initiatives such as the Workforce and Economic Mobility Laboratory to generate actionable research, inform legislative strategy, and strengthen the system's voice in shaping workforce and economic mobility policy. The next slide. The Board of Governors affirms that internships are core infrastructure for student success and workforce mobility, not optional add-ons. The board directs the launch of 2 demonstration projects. One, to make student employment a default expectation across colleges, leveraging campuses as a dynamic internship ecosystem through research, AI pilots, facilities modernization, climate initiatives, and operational innovation. And another, to scale employer engagement, prioritizing internships that provide applied skills, professional networks, and identity building experiences in a rapidly evolving economy. And that's all we have for section 3.
Amazing. At this time, I'll take board comments on any of this. All right, hearing none, Christina will take public comment. Oh, just kidding, Pam. Pam gets to speak first.
Thank you. Just a couple of observations, and you came so fast to this portion of it. I'm not sure if I'm going to articulate this very well. We really do have our work cut out for ourselves if we really, and I suspect that we're going to have to take the lead on this relatively, because these are the things we said today. This is sort of our part of this is the direction that we're going. And so for me, the next step is how do we step into this? What are the UC's over there doing UC stuff, and the CSUs are over there doing, how do we bring folks together? How do we, and in a way, because I know I'm pushy. So I apologize. In this situation, I can be pushy. You guys know me, but in the situation where we're really trying to get more friends, I think we need to think about how we step into this in a way that embraces, to be really honest. And where do we find? And since this is a really big cow to eat, or a big elephant to eat, whatever, where are the places that we can build agreements? And I think some of us, not me, so there are people who know that, but I think that if we are really serious about doing these things, and this is in a serious work, and I really love where we have ended relative to that, what are our next steps? Staff, what are our next steps? Anyway, so for me, it is, these are all wonderful words, but now how do we actually get to do some of the work?
Infrastructure. Yeah, happy to speak on infrastructure and really, all 3 sets of work. So today we're not setting a particular action and saying, here's what the board is doing, but rather we're directing the office to pull together those strategies, pursue those investments within existing allocations that we have, work with our partners. Rural serving districts are an excellent example where it's about working with the new caucus, working to, galvanize an approach that supports not only those colleges, but supports all colleges in the state. Ultimately that policy can carry not just, not the policy, that direction, that investment in assistance will benefit all at the end of the day. And this goes for all 3, right? You're really saying to our staff, work our contacts, work our partners. Let's make all of these 3 sessions and the direction coming out of them, build it into a reality, build it into actionable strategies, that sometimes will come back before the board, or sometimes we may have existing authority to move forward with an investment that supports that direction. So it's going to be case by case in the future, but we know what we need to do as an office. We know that we need to work with our partners. So For example, it was well articulated in the second readout that we need to work with our K-12 partners. We need to work with our intersegmental partners. That's the reality as to how we're going to serve our student population, because we have students that start in high school. We have students that end in universities. And whether, that's a BA program, a master's, other professional program, we need to work with our partners. Our core focus today is BA, but our real core focus is economic mobility, social mobility, and all three of these items are designed with that in mind, that every Californian should have access to economic mobility and social mobility, whether directly through our institutions or through our partner institutions. But together, our staff need to do the background work to work with those segments, to work with our partners, to work with industry to make that happen. So there are going to be many conversations that happen in the background, but we're committed to bringing these to fruition and to do what we are tasked broadly with, which is see the success of our students. Rowena?
Yeah. Just to add to what Chris said as well, I think that we are positioned very well already just because of the work that our team members are already doing. So I know, for example, that we have had very, very many robust, very fruitful meetings with our intersegmental partners on equitable baccalaureate attainment, common course numbering, a whole host of issues. And, James, Vice Chancellor Todd, there's new leadership with the CSU, and we've been building those relationships with the new leadership at the CSU. So that's been going very well. In the area of internship, I think it's clear that if we are going to launch 2 demonstration projects, that the 2 demonstration projects to really build out and scale internships, we will do what we do with all of our other Vision 2030 demonstration projects in terms of engaging our system and our people, doing that inventory of where good work is already happening, such as in the case of Feather River and some of our other colleges and districts, and then take it from there. If there's policy work to be done, like what Chris talked about, we're always looking for increased investments. So that work is already underway and it's ongoing.
Vice President Rawlings.
So I think as I think about this work, the first thought that comes to mind is California must lead the way, right? We've got the largest system of higher education in the country with our community colleges. We've also got some of the most advanced research being done with our UCs. We've got our great teaching colleges at the CSUs, and we need to be able to partner and work together to make this happen. And we're kind of competing in a way, it feels like right now, and we should really be collaborating much more than competing, although healthy competition is great, unhealthy competition is not. And when I take a look at it from like a little bit more of a macro lens, we're here and we're discussing among ourselves within California about how do we approach the needs of our communities and the people of California, the economy of California. If you take a look outside, we're one of the largest economies in the world just within the state of California, where our economic engine drives the nation. But if you look outside the United States, China is graduating more engineers and physicists per year than we could possibly ever keep up with. And if we think and we rely on the fact that we've been able to lead the way with the research and that they come and maybe their companies come and borrow patents from us or whatever we might accuse them of doing, the fact is that they are graduating the innovators of the future at a higher rate than we are. And the lack of collaboration and coordination between our systems within California is going to leave California and the United States behind. So we had better wake up and realize that other folks around the world have got this thing at least somewhat figured out. And we need to start building these pathways in a more deliberate way, a more meaningful way, collaborating where we can, when we can, at every opportunity we can. And it is going to take all of us plus to be able to keep up with the competition that's going to be levied upon us from these other countries around the world. And so if we don't want to lose our status as one of the leading nations of the world, we'd better start working together here in California to help drive the national economy and really set the example. So let's have California lead the way.
Well, I guess you sparked the patriot in me, Bill. There's this great book called The Immigrant Superpower, and there was a famous speech by Ronald Reagan that said, "You can go to China, but you can't become a Chinaman. You can go to Japan, you can't become Japanese. You can go to Italy, you can't become Italian, but you can come to America and you can become an American." And the best and the brightest and our competitive advantage in America is because we have the best of all the world has to offer. Just look at this room right here. Look at the amazing people in this room. So I do think we are competing and we're going to win.
Of course you can. Appreciate it. So that is one perspective. I was in China about 8 years ago, and it's 3.3 billion folks they have. But one of the things that I saw while I was there was this energy, absolute educational energy of making success. I mean, and what I saw relative to, I'll say, my family and other American families, is that we're not as invested in education as they are. And there are a lot more. There's just a lot more, and it's a very different system that they operate under, which is not a democratic one, and so, and they are moving ahead, and so, and that's the reality. That part is the reality. And so, while I'm gung-ho America, we've got to be very clear that there's a lot we have to do with the educational system that we are not doing. And in many cases, they are doing. And that system is flawed in many ways that I saw in the countryside. But there is an eagerness, there is an excitement, and now challenging as well. But we cannot, what's the word I want to use? We cannot underestimate the Chinese and other forms to say, okay, we're still the greatest. We are declining, and I think we need to be aware of those pieces of it. Because if we're not crystal clear about where our flaws are, then we do have a problem, and we will not be able to solve the issues that are American and embedded within our system.
Member Villavicencio, then Member Perry.
Thank you. I think if I may just add, this is another interesting conversation that we're having here at the end with Vice President Rawlings saying, healthy competition is a good thing. Unhealthy competition is not. And I tend to see the world from a global perspective. And yes, we definitely need to compete. But there are also issues, and we know climate action is one of them. It's a transnational issue. It's a borderless issue. It's no respecter of borders. It cannot be solved by California alone. And I know, given our current state of politics at the federal level, it's an inward-looking politics that's happening right now. But I think we have an opportunity here in California to continue to build relationships, not just within our system. And importantly, we need to build the relationships we have to build here internally within our own state, intersegmentally, to compete again in this global economy. But it is also important that we need to reach out, particularly to other countries who are willing to work with us, and other universities abroad who are willing to work with us. There is something important about what's the term I'm looking for? Not bilateral relations. We need to have multilateral relations and cooperation. And I think, given that we here in California, as Board Member De La Fuente mentioned, you look at all of us, we are international. I'm gonna just say this again: we are a land of immigrants, and as immigrants here, we're able to use our diversity, which is our power. I know it's mentioned that as a cliche, but it is absolutely true that we can outcompete anyone because of who we are as Californians. And so, yes, I believe there's ways that we can partner, that we can compete in a healthy way, but to also center around our people. I love the personal stories that were shared today, because it does truly show you the spirit of this state. What makes this state great is the people that make it great. And we are part of that. We are so humbled. I'm so humbled to be with all of you in this space to help lead this wonderful, great system. I think we need to definitely, again, consider those ways of again, building positive relationships moving forward, because I think it's desperately needed. The way that we're going to solve again with these transnational problems that we have, and challenges of democracy, challenges of climate action, and challenges of a lot of major issues that we face today. A lot of the local issues are now global. Where can the California Community College step in and help resolve those issues? I think we're well positioned to do that, and would encourage all of us to definitely again focus on our strength. And then again, it's all of us. Thank you.
Member Perry.
This meeting felt different in a really good way. There was something about, we've all had meetings like this. I don't know if it's because we're at the beach. Thank you to our hosts. But I felt like there's always humanity in our meetings, but I felt like there was an emerging humanity in this one. What Member Haynes is saying, I felt like we started to tip the pyramid. We've begun the important work of tipping the pyramid. So the focus is what we all talk about, but what we're really doing. And I know that didn't happen in a vacuum. Thank you, staff, for lots of work and lots of hours and being here. That put together the kind of thoughtful materials that I think really started to push us really thinking in a way we've talked about, but I feel something much more tangible that is emerging from this. And I think that's really exciting because to emerge from feeling like you have gotten a charge from your students, even though not all of them are in the room, some are in the room, but you've gotten a charge from your student, and it's a new charge. It's not new, it's renewed. And I think we accomplished that today. And let's turn that into that intangible into the tangible. Let's really do that work where we talk about those students that we all serve in this state. So thank you all for what you do. Really proud to be a part of the BOG. And again, thank you to the staff, our staff, and the staff at the college who created the environment for this.
I think that deserves a round of applause for our staff. My apologies to the public for my unruly board and their comments. Taking some precedence there, but Christine, I'll hand it over to you to see if we have any public comment.
The public comment period on item 3.4 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, there are no in-person or virtual public remarks on this item.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I don't think I could have said it any better than Member Perry did in terms of the gratitude to our staff and our hosts for really providing a forum for conversation that was really intended and intentional in filling our lungs with the air that will propel us for the next year. This is really the time when we strategize around what will give us energy for this next year. And that energy is a renewed, re-elevated focus on centering our students, really changing the framework and thinking about how we can, take competition to heart. We can think about our collaboration with our sister systems, but truly it is being the change that we want to see in the world, and just feeling that energy that Gandhi had when he really put that statement out there. We are here because we care, and we have centered our students, and that work will never, ever end. So thank you everyone for being here. I think technically I'm supposed to do another public comment right now. So Christina, one more time.
Public forum is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, there are no in-person remarks, but I will hand it over to my colleague for a virtual hand raised.
Thank you, Christina. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello. Canvas has basically been mandated, I think, throughout the school system. There's mass surveillance and public safety concerns. Instructure's own government request policy reads, transparency of our privacy practice is paramount at Instructure. In their privacy policy, if you look up jurisdiction, you could see that our personal information may be accessible to law enforcement and national security authorities within and outside of our country. We need transparency exactly where our data is going, like physically is at. And in their transparency report commitment, it says Instructure is committed to being transparent about government requests received for customer data. Their last transparency report was in the beginning of 2024. They lied, they failed their own commitments, which makes me scared of why is my information in this company. We need transparency on how they are challenging subpoenas. We need to see those subpoenas. If California Community Colleges is impacted, we need those relevant documents. Google and big tech are facing DHS subpoenas right now. Admin subpoenas, sometimes not judicial warrants. Google has responded to just subpoenas without judicial warrants before. Even in one case, a student had no prior notice, so their rights were denied to raise challenges. Going on to like policing at Mount SAC, students are being put into more and more police databases. This is really concerning because you're putting
30 seconds.
You're putting images of students of color in these. Again, I talked about biometric concerns. We don't know how contractors are dealing with subpoenas. If we were trying to go for equity, students need the legal budget to fight back against what is happening right now. We should probably have half the budget of the state and our districts. We need to protect our rights to safeguard diverse community, include marginalized students who are threatened by mass surveillance.
That is time. Thank you for your comments. Madam President, we have no more hands raised at this time.
Thank you very much, Andrea and Christina. All right, we are at the end. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is 3:48 p.m. My trusty gavel and I are pleased to announce that the Board of Governors business has concluded. Thank you.